And hello everyone and welcome to the Panorama International, which is co-hosted by Slipstream International, part of the Australian SimSport Alliance, and tracc.eu. My name is Julian Strasser, I'm the owner of tracc.eu and your main broadcaster for the day, and I wish you all, well, to the Europeans and the Africans, good morning. To the Asians and the Oceanians, good afternoon. And to the Americas, what are you doing up? You should be in bed. And also, hello to Antarctica. Actually, we're quite close to Antarctica now, because we're on the southern end of Australia. The Panorama International, of course, on Mount Panorama, Bathurst, the classic circuit for especially endurance racing in Oceania. But I'm not alone here. I am here today with Dirty Kouhai.
Good morning from Europe, the UK.
And Adrian Dabrowka.
Good morning from Europe as well.
Nice. And we three are going to lead all of you through today's action, which will be a 4-hour race. Now, we're just at the end of practice session right now. We will soon get into the qualifying session. And so, why don't we talk about the grid we have today? We have quite a few people that are regulars in the different leagues. And I think, Kouhai, you had a bit of a look into that.
Indeed I did. So we have, forgive me, for I'm not used to being up this early, so apologies to our viewers. But yes, indeed, we do have quite a range of competitors that are known to us here in tracc.eu. There's the likes of Bagu Racing VTuber Endurance Team, made up of Ubi Diaz G Foxington, as one example, as our practice session has finished and will shortly be dipping into qualifying. We also have other known quantities in tracc.eu, that the Pan and Formula GT Mercedes AMG GT3 of Jordan Brunch and Albert Georges. I do need to double check with Albert how to properly pronounce his surname one of these days.
I think that's good enough.
And
I've
also,
never figured out how to pronounce his name, and so far, well, relationships have not soured over the border.
let's hope it stays that way, but my British tongue is not the best at the best of times. And there's also YRI X Midori Racing, Baller Racing, of Sean KP and Daryl Young. But I have also seen around, at least in name to some degree, the likes of Fargon Racing from one of our other, in association with sort of some of the other ACC races that go on. Fargon Racing, I've seen at least the league in name, I believe, race alongside Assetto the Empire in another Australian league. So there's clearly a wide breadth of individuals from the Southeast Asia region taking part today.
Oh yeah, that's this team. We can't go get the best look at it right now, unfortunately, on stream, but yeah. They're here. We also have a bit of regulars for the Australian SimSport Alliance. For example, we have Mike Stevens and Mike Lewins, who are regulars for Slipstream International, even racing under the flag of the Slipstreamers today. Of course, we also have some of the biggest regulars, let's say, Liam Curran and Charles Byrne, who are administrators even for at least Slipstream International. Let's see, there were also some other people. Merlin Dragon Motorsport of Lee Perkins, one of the solo entries today, actually. A few a few brave souls, that's what I wanted to say. A few brave souls trying to best the mountain solo. Lee Perkins, one of them, driving for Merlin Dragon Motorsport today. And I was notified of someone else as well, if I recall correctly. Yeah, there's the second Far Gone Racing team as well, because they have two teams on the grid right now. Second one, Far Gone Racing 104 with Steve Hogg and Anthony Pantano. And Craig Dawson for Scissor Racing, another one of the solo entries today. Those are just some of the entries we have today. There is a planned field of 20 cars. Or at least we have 20 sign-ups. Some of the teams are solo, some of the teams 2 drivers, some of the teams 3 drivers. And that is... or one of the teams 3 drivers, I think. That is just the cars that are about here today. As tracc.eu owner, I'm very... it's very lovely to see so many Ford Mustangs here because of the recent... the recent event of the SRO Esports Community World Challenge, which I don't know if any of the viewers have followed that, but it was won proudly for me by the tracc.eu team in a Ford Mustang in what was a very wet race. However, today it's not looking very wet. So I'm just asking myself, can the Ford show its strength today?
We'll have to see, I think, because that front-heavy V8 motor made a combined effort between Ford Racing and Multimatic. It's got a lot of weight to push around, but we all know that Americans love their V8 motors. It's got a nice-sounding engine, and hopefully the support from Multimatic should be enough to get this car around what is known a track that is known both in fame and infamy across the breadth of motorsport. Mount Panorama here in Bathurst, New South Wales. There's just so many records to it, both positive and also some questionable, but at least in our case, we shouldn't have any concerns when it comes to surprise yellow flag, surprise safety cars, when it comes to some of the local wildlife.
Yes.
I suspect that Ford Mustang could be having today a very similar case, like the V12 Vantages likes to have on this particular circuit. It's got a lot of weight, sure, but I think the only car that are right now able to compete with it for the sheer acceleration top speed is probably only the Merc. And you kinda want to avoid overtaking the mountain area. So it will still be interesting face-off between some of these cars here.
Yeah, overtaking in the mountains, definitely very difficult. You pretty much have to do it in a straight line if you want to have any chance, and I think for that the Ford Mustang has a good possibility. I'm not so sure about a Huracan, how well they handle in a straight line. If they have the chance to really get out of the slipstream and overtake. So I think for Liam Curran here, who we're watching for Get Good Racing, is gonna be important to get a good qualifying lap in this 20-minute qualifying session that has just started. Liam Curran is, of course, out on track as the first person, and just now coming up to the Conrad Straight, the longest straight on the circuit. And I think we're going to go on a first-person lap with them to watch what they're doing on their first fire.
Indeed, as we watch that Lamborghini Huracan with its glorious-sounding V10 engine, I may be slightly biased, coming into the chase, sort of a later addition to the track made to cut down some of the speeds that we used to see on Conrad Straight. through down into Murray's Corner to start their qualifying lap. Down into second gear, bringing the car in nice and gentle. Third, into fourth, along the main straight, past the pit, start to finish straight, into turn one, aptly known as Hell Corner. Again, in second gear, using the curbing, a couple of cars on exit. Were briefly considering using the slipstream before deciding against it, as we go down the mountain straight towards Griffin's Bend. And the start of the mountain section, a little rise up the hill, looking for the brake marker, that little bit of tarmac on the left-hand side as we turn into Griffin's, running it out to the exit, over the curbing, and the run towards the cutting and the real start of the tumultuous mountain section, and the biggest one of the biggest challenges in motorsport. Up through, out of the cutting, into the quarry section, turns 5, 6 and 7, past Reed Park. 7's a little bit of traffic there getting out of the way, through Frog Hollow, Solomon Park, McPhillamy Park and towards Skyline, over the crest of the mountain, into the S's and the Dipper. Being sure to wrangle the car across the many bumps in this part of the circuit, because this place can be vicious as we go through Forest Elbow. Surprisingly deceptive, that one, or at least in my case, with my driving skill, as we go back onto the Conrod Straight, allowing the cars to reach their top speed of roughly 270, 280 kilometers an hour. Forgive me, I do not have a readout exactly what speed they're doing. That V10 right on the limiter before braking hard into the chase. The left-right chicane, getting it just right. Under the Liquid Molly Bridge, towards Murray's Corner. Got to nail this one because you can make or break a lap very easily. The curbing on the inside of Murray's is vicious. And across the line from 201.292 as an opening qualifying.
Quite a strong banker lap, especially as we're seeing right behind that the times are coming in 2 seconds down, 2/10 down. So for a first one banker, that is already a strong showing by the two. By Liam.
A couple of strong performances out the back, straight out the... Forgive me, my brain hasn't kicked in this morning. Straight away, with Lee's 201.2, and then, like you said, from the 104 Ferrari behind of Hogg with a 201.5 flat. Oh, as we get a couple of other laps sneak in there. A 2-minute 0.8 in the McLaren. Oh!
I mean, we know the McLaren is good in a straight line, but this is a very strong first lap here. Are we looking to get into the 59s today, even?
Good lord. I can't even fathom how, as we see Komisarov sneak in with a 201.192, just taking a 10th off Lee Curran there in the 296 Ferrari. Could have quite a battle about the looks of it, looking at how tight some of these qualifying times are. Jeez.
Yeah, someone has aptly said in the chat, the Aussie Svens are out in form today.
Indeed they are. Although, what is the Aussie equivalent of a Sven?
I don't know.
Because it can't... Bruce is just too generic, and it makes it sound like some lad you'd meet up the construction site.
Bruce just sounds...
I think we need a local...
Jockey.
Yeah. I don't know, I need someone to inform me of the correct vernacular.
Well, maybe it is Liam, because he's currently 8/10 up of his time, and now he is the current provisional leader with the 2.4.
Yeah. 4/10 off Porsche in the McLaren, but then again, they haven't yet stuck in their second lap.
As the Mustang comes through!
P3 in the Mustang, 2.330. God, so these are going to be some pretty tight qualifying times today. Oh, the racing's as close as these qualifying times. It's going to be a banger.
It is all looking rather hot already, as just had someone else sneak into the timed laps, but we have Michael Rodriguez here in the McLaren trying to improve their time. Currently not looking too challenging for provisional pole position, however improving into the 5th position. Right behind that we have Norhalim, who is not improving, and other than that we have currently no one at the end of their lap trying to improve. So actually we just got Lennart's Holvedel. That was a display error, just 5/10 down for the Bagu Racing VTuber Endurance team there.
A
Yeah.
lot of that tire pays out in the mountain area specifically.
Yeah, the Ferrari's definitely a very capable car in corner handling. And it seems like Oremco also wants to prove that, currently 5/10 up on their time, looking to maybe challenge for P7 if they get the cutting in the last few corners here, right? Well, let's see. Coming into the last corner, Murray's corner, and onto the pit straight. 6/10 up on their time. Not looking to improve, but getting very close to P7 right now. And right behind Steve Rees, improved the time once again. Almost in the 59s already with the Ford Mustang Steve Rees, who is partnered today with Medi. And I have been told they are quite fast. So it seems like Steve may be the Australian Sven.
Indeed, really getting a lot of momentum and performance out of that Ford Mustang GT3. It's been a while since we've seen Ford in competitive GT form, as we see the Mercedes there backwards out of Murray's corner. Maybe a little bit too much curb on the inside of Murray's there from that Mercedes of Under Control Racing. Perhaps not in control as much as they liked in that circumstance, but that's qualifying. You've got to push the limits, find where you can find that little tenth, the 100th here. It could be down to centimetres or even millimetres for the most skilled drivers to get that little advantage for qualifying. And although it is a 4-hour race today, you got to get yourself in a good starting point. Sorry, Julian.
And it looks like Holvedel is looking to really get a great starting position here. The German even improving on their time right now, challenging for provisional pole position, only 1.4 tenths down at the moment. We'll have to see where they end up. We're still 1.5 tenths up on their time right now, right on the cusp, making quite a bit of time up here through the cutting. 3 tenths up on that time now. Oh no, it's looked like Holvedel found the nitro button.
Oh boy. Never say that some VTubers are not fast, because some others that we know and compete both in tracc.eu and other series are known to be very competitive people, and they're really the Bagu Racing VTube Enduro team is really starting to push those limits.
The Maldini, one of the Americas drivers hailing from Brazil, finishing the lap, not quite making an improvement, it seems. However, what are you doing awake? You should be sleeping. Well, some
people don't need sleep.
Some people don't need sleep, apparently.
Nope, they don't need sleep. They need the glorious twin turbo straight 6 sound of that BMW M4 GT3.
Is that the pure gasoline talking?
It's just a particular favourite car of mine. It's one that I've known and driven both in Assetto, Corsa, Competizione and other series, and it's a car whose behaviour very much suits personally my driving style. However, maybe a bit challenging around here with how its twin turbos kick the power in quite sharply. As we swap on board to Daryl Young of YRI Midori Racing, but racing here today with Sean KP, another couple of tracc.eu members putting in a firm P8 in the Mustang GT3. nothing to be upset by, but not being at the front. Looking at some of these times that the competitors are putting in, it's going to be an incredible challenge to maintain that position at the front of the field today. Ooh, we see Mark Stevens getting a little bit rough and ready out of the chase over the exit curbing there.
Yeah, that was unfortunately
Into
invalidated.
Murray's. Yeah, I thought that might have been with how much grass they'd taken. Not ideal for qualifying, but we've got 7 minutes to go. A chance for you to quickly hop in the pit lane, pull the fuel out, maybe get in one last Hail Mary. But with how the track map is looking, how busy it'd be a tough job to try and find space.
Might only be 20 cars, but you don't want to be very close to other people. Otherwise, yeah, you might get a bit of dirty air, which you don't like in certain corners. As we see Darius Busiata, I hope that is correctly pronounced. Oh, I saw the Romanian flag here, so it was definitely not correctly pronounced. Heading into the pits. It's also quite important to do a bit of pit stop practice, at least knowing the pit entry around here, because that can be quite vicious and catch people out who are unprepared.
Indeed, the last thing they want to do is make a mess of that Bilstein Blahai racing car. As we hop on board with Johannes Reinhardt of Team Mod. Putting in a respectable time there. Don't believe they improved, but a 2-minute 2 is still nothing to shake a stick at. Definitely a track that I don't have a lot of confidence in. So those that are putting in the fast times, hats off to you. Oh, as we switch on board now to Alexei Markov, spinning around that pink 992 Porsche Sharuma Racing. Not ideal over the mounting, and what was it, a little bit too much exit curbing over through McPhillamy Park and putting you backwards into Skyline. Luckily managing to stop the car, but I do wonder if that inhibited any of the other racers seeing the aforementioned incident.
Oh, definitely. There's going to thwart some efforts there, as you want to hug the inside wall there as much as possible on starting the downhill descent, and that was unfortunately not possible there with the car stranded.
So someone that's recently switched to VR for racing, I can tell you it's thrilling, eye-opening, but also equally as terrifying. Because you get that sense of depth, and it really, really amps up the intensity of some places. I know that recently we had it in tracc.eu, our season finale of our VTuber racing series at Nürburgring Nordschleife, another track known across motorsport for fame and infamy. And I tell you now, VR really adds an extra test, because we see Johannes getting a little bit spicy with that Lamborghini out of the chase, and yeah, I believe maybe surrendering as a result.
I think he might be testing the limits of his car at this point with such a drift, if you will.
Yep. Well, as someone that has driven the Lamborghini as well when I started sim racing, especially for GT3s, as we see Miguel Rodriguez in the McLaren 720S Evo for Under Control Racing, I believe, unless I'm misreading stuff. Putting in another solid time. Roughly 1 second off the leader, but given how vicious Bathurst can be, not much of a complaint to be had, because you can put in your fastest drivers. Ooh, Leonardo gets very aggressive over the little kink there on Conrad straight towards the chase. Wonder how much that compromised them on the exit as they go down towards Murray's now to round off this lap. Will it be an improvement for them?
Not quite, it doesn't seem. So
A little bit.
yeah, there are quite a few cars here that seem to struggle going for the one fast lap right now, finding a bit of curbage that shouldn't be taken. The most important part, this isn't going to be an endurance race, but the most important part is to not catch that in the race. You have 4 hours to not catch that, and that is, I think, the biggest challenge as we see Okramenko improving in position here. It is going to be the biggest challenge to not screw up majorly during the race, because around Bathurst, that can be very costly, more so than anything else. As we see Lennart Holvedel coming around the last corner, currently 3/10 up on the time this is going to challenge. He's going to be in the 59s, if everything is correct. It's a 59.960, 1.6 tenths ahead of Rees. The Ferrari takes the provisional pole.
Oh, that's an incredibly fast time. I can't even fathom in my head how to get to 59 around Bathurst.
Obviously, Michael Rodriguez also improve a little. Yes?
I think most people are happy when they are reaching like 2 minutes, so 2, because that's like, I don't know, is it really an average, if you will? I know that I have trouble reaching those times, like 2.3 is maybe a very far future possible for me. And I just know how scary driving here with cars that are usually heavier than others. So like,
Exactly.
I can't even imagine what it is like taking a nimble car around track circuit.
Yes, another track that, like I said before, both Bathurst. I tend to equate this track quite similarly as Leonard taking a bit too much ambition over adhesion down the dipper, down the S's into the dipper there. Won't get another chance to run another qualifying lap. Yeah, just a little bit of ambition over adhesion, clips the inside wall of the dipper there and pinballs down a couple of corners. But luckily, there wasn't anybody close enough behind to inhibit any of the qualifying attempts. But provisional pole clear by 1 point, by a tenth and a half. It'd take a lot for Steve Rees here of Vargon Racing in that Mustang GT3 to find that little advantage, just that little millimeter here or there.
But
As
he
we
will have one more
down
time.
the Conrad Straight. Yes, he will. He's fortunate enough where he's got a chance to finish this lap and in theory also getting one more should he need it. As we go over the rise on Conrad Straight, through the little kink towards the chase. I don't know if it turn 20 technically has a corner name, but I'm calling it the kink because it's a kink. A little bit spicy over the inside curbing there through the chase. As we run on the run down
this is an
to
out lap, by the way, so it's just preparing right now for the eventual lap time. As Steve Rees is starting the lap now, just 8 seconds on the timer remaining. This could be timed to perfection for Steve Rees. If he manages just to get the one lap right now, the one, maybe the lap of the gods, who knows? We'll have to see, as Steve Rees has started and lost, unfortunately, tiny bit of time on the exit out of Hell Corner onto the mountain straight. However, up into Quarry Bend, making up a tiny amount. Is the exit as well good? We have Komisarov behind finishing. We have Porshakov going into P4 now. But Steve Rees is still on a mission here. He's currently
on
up
a mission
on time now.
Another person on a mission is right now P8. Orenenko with doing over half a second of a difference.
Let's see how Kremenko finishes for Leona Racing Wolves, and it looks like Steve Rees has lost quite a bit of time. Kremenko, in the meanwhile, has slipped up into P6. Steve Rees, unfortunately, not able to improve on the time. There's one more person out on track right now looking to improve, maybe even to get into P7. It is Michael Rodriguez on the back straight right now, equal with their best time, but they just need a tenth and a bit to catch up to Hog in P7 and overtake them on the starting grid. So Michael Rodriguez coming through these last few corners, the chase now up into Murray's corner. Is there still some time to be found in the last corner of the circuit? It seems that there is, but not enough. Michael Rodriguez will qualify in P8.
But a very firm qualifying from our drivers here. Unfortunate that Steve Rees Unfortunately, we don't have the replay to hand, but I did see that Steve Rees just clipped the inside of Frog Hollow on the run towards Salmon Park and McPhillamy Park there. That's the challenge of this place. 9 times out of 10, similar to Nürburgring Nordschleife, you're more so racing the track than you are your competitors out here, because the confines are so tight. You get barely millimeters between you and the wall, and sometimes it just takes that little bit too much between success and failure. But
Exactly.
very, very impressive efforts nonetheless.
Yeah, racing is very much about extending the limits as far as possible. Now, it's easier to extend the limits when on the other side of the limit there is some grass or some tarmac runoff or even some astroturf. But if there is a wall, there is no margin for error. So that is what these drivers will have to contend with now for the upcoming 4-hour race session. That, yeah, I'm just in awe that some people even try to do this on their own, like, without any co-drivers to fall back on.
Admittedly, as someone that's a big fan of endurance racing, although admittedly I've not done a great deal in Assetto Corsa Competizione myself, doing long stints, especially up to 4 hours, can be incredibly draining because you have to keep up your level of performance consistent. Not necessarily fast, but consistency in endurance race, by far and away, is one of the biggest things that can really help. You don't have to be at 10/10, 100%, but you have to find that comfortable medium for you, the car, and the conditions to really get that lap time just right as our drivers line up on the starting field today. So in a very dominant pole, we have Leonard Holwell, forgive me, I can't speak this morning, followed by Steve Rees in the Ford Mustang GT3 for Fargon Racing, and followed by Liam Curran for Get Good Racing in that gorgeous purple Lamborghini, Andrei Porkashov in the 696 RGT Racing McLaren in 4th, and 5th we have Andrew Komisarov in the 124 Ferrari 296 GT3. Another good-looking car. Another P6 we have Artyom. Can someone take over, please? I can't speak.
We have Artyom Okromenko in P6 for Leona Racing Wolves. In P7 we have Steve Hawk for Fargon Racing, the second team. In P8 we have Mikel Rodriguez for Under Control Racing, in all caps. P9 we have Sion K, actually Darrow Young right now, who's partnering up with Sion KP in the YRI Bottolo Racing. We have Mark Stevens in P10 for Slipstream International. We have Craig Dawson in P11 starting for Dawsey. We have Guisa Maldini in the 73 BMW for Maldini Motorsports, one of the other solo entries today. We have Tobias Köhler for Team Mod. We have Lee Perkins in P14 for Merlin Dragon Motorsports ASA. That is one of the other solo entrants. We have... Oh no, it's a Hungarian name. I'm gonna screw this up, and I'm going to be reminded of that for the rest of my life. Bence Messaros, I think. The Hungarian driver in the Ford Mustang starting in P15. We have Darius Buciuta, I hope. The Romanian driver in P16 with the Ford. We have Leonardo Muniz for Under Control Racing in P17. Alexei Markov in P18 in the Sharuma Racing Porsche. Noor Halim has seemingly forgotten to press drive, or maybe got a penalty to have to start from the pit lane. And all the way in the back, we're starting with Jordan Brunch for Panon Formula. So it is going to be very interesting to see how the front of the drivers, who obviously they have shown huge pace, they have shown massive pace in qualifying. Holvedel for Bagu Racing getting into the 59s, dipping into the 59s and even threatening to improve into the mid-59s. But can this be translated to race pace? Can this be translated to race consistency? And can they defend from the Mustang of Rees? That is going to be the question that we are going to be looking at for the start and maybe even the entire first stint. So Adrian, what do you think can happen in the beginning of this race?
Everything. I will probably begin already with the fact that the very first corner is called Hell Corner. I am worried about stewards on this one. I have a feeling that will be having way too much work to really enjoy this race, especially at the start. Going uphill can be very deceiving because while it seems very easy, it's one of those races where it's very easy to mistake on how much place you have left next to you. We have seen plenty of times on our own races that the people sometimes really have trouble with that one. And there is another worry that this might very well happen this time as well.
Yeah, another worry that I was just notified of is that it seems like our local drivers from tracc.eu, Jordan Brunch and Albert George for Panon Formula will not be able to start this race due to issues with the entry list due to entry list issues apparently. That is a common issue in ACC. Unfortunately, it caught them out today. So we will be starting with a 19-car grid, it seems now. Still not to distract from the action that we'll be seeing, especially since Holvedel and Rees in the front of the grid will be battling it out in order to, well, get the early lead, maybe. Well, or maybe one of the two just wants to sit behind the other and just save a bit of fuel, save a bit of, well, patience. We also don't know how the race is going to develop. We do have, should something bad happen, there's a possibility for a safety car, I was told. So we'll see if that
Hopefully not as our drivers make their way through the chase now. They start doubling up for the start out of Murray Corner onto the start-finish straight. But I think one of the biggest things here that I think might have been missed in our thoughts and concerns is, number one, you are racing the track, and Mount Panorama is one track that will not be afraid to slap you back if you get too greedy. It will bite back. And it will bite back hard. So as we come round the final corner now, onto the start-finish straight as our drivers prep to take the green flag. 19 of our competitors today. Unfortunate for the Panon Formula team.
Green light.
And we are green for the 4 hours.
Panorama
International.
International has started, yes, and it looks like there's people are just getting into position now. There are a few battles as we see down here. Okromenko has made up a few positions. He's now ahead of the Ford Mustang of YRI, who is making it too wide. Coming up into Quarry Bend. Who will outbreak the other? They are not going to leave each other any space, and I think there might even have been a touch there, as there is more touching, and that car went into the wall. Right behind there, we also have cars hitting the wall. Oh, it seems to be cracking off already.
Indeed, it's a lot of side-by-side contact, and between our competitors, they tried to file their way single file up the mountain here. Lots of hopefully no big damage, but at the start of the race, we've only just begun. There's plenty of time to make up from any early mistakes that might happen, depending on their severity. As we see Tobias Kohler in the Team Mod 77 Lamborghini there, just falling into line as we go down the mountain, through the S's and the Dipper into Forest Elbow, onto the Conrad Straight. A few changes for position as we saw, but everyone seems to be mostly running, I believe. Steve Reed's under attack already into the chase from the Lamborghini of Curran there. Forgive me.
Well,
I do love the livery on that.
That is a
Mustang.
nice livery for both of them, actually. The purple and black looks regal in the back, and we have the zooming of the Farragon racing car right ahead. That is a nice combo of, well, a nice contrast, actually, of the two cars, as we see Leonard Holvedel drive away from the rest of the pack right now.
Indeed. But Leonard is not on his own for this 4-hour race. He also has Ubi Diaz and G. Fox Foxington to take over the car at different points throughout the race. So you can run yourself back and give your teammates as good an advantage as you can, with a roughly 2-second lead already from P1 to P2. Yet it's all down to what can your teammates manage, how do they manage the car, the track, the weather, and themselves, because with such tight confines around here, it's a mixture of head games as well as skill.
I think that's going to be the plan for the current leader, because, as we see, if quite a few people maybe hit the wall there a bit, there's going to be the plan for the leader, because Holvedel is the quickest driver of the three. Oh, as we saw what happened there to Kohler.
Indeed. Tobias Kohler in the wall there, through Skyline into the S's. Was that a little bit deep? Oh, a little bit of snap oversteer there, just causing the Lamborghini and its mid-engine chassis to get loose there into the Dipper. Not ideal, but 3 hours 56 remaining. Hopefully whatever damage they've obtained from that isn't too severe and they can continue without having to alter their pit strategy.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate. We'll have to see whether they have to come in. I think they might have to do one more lap in order to see how this touching of the walls will affect the speed of the car. Will it affect the aero too much? Will it make the aero... Will it have snapped off a bit of the aero and made it quicker in the straight, but uncontrollable on the mountain? That is something that cannot be said right now. So, yeah, as we imagine, Tobias Kohler is going for another lap, trying to make it across the mountain and see how big the damage actually was. Steve Hawk, a bit further back, is currently attacking Daryl Young, the Fargon Racing Ferrari against the Ford Mustang by the YRI Bottle Up team. This is the battle for 8th position currently on the circuit, as it seems we have a few groups forming already.
Indeed. Although, apologies to break tradition, we do have good news for our number 78 Mercedes AMG. The Pan Am Formula car has left the pit lane and will be racing. I do not know if their issues have been resolved, but Jordan Brunch is out on the track in that Mercedes, silver and purple Mercedes AMG GT3. Although, one heck of a challenge for Jordan. I've shared the car with him in a couple of races, and very, very quick to adapt, very willing to learn, young driver. But 4 hours is a long race for one person to do. So,
4 hours, not only that, but also a lap back and just in front of the leaders as it stands, as Boshakov is really attacking Curran here.
A little bit too deep into the chase there. for Porsche Rav. A little bit of ambition over adhesion and sacrificing 2 places there as a result of that.
Yeah,
very aggressive early moves, but
that was already the cost of the move paid there, I would say, losing the position. Luckily, Curran didn't lose too much there. Just lost the second last lap time around, but you know, touches like this can have much worse outcomes.
Absolutely. I've seen it both in Assetto, Corsa, Competizione, and also other racing games, as well as real life exhibitions here at Mount Panorama. The slightest contact can sometimes make a massive difference. GT cars may be built tough to take a bit of side-by-side dooring, but they're not bulletproof. And it doesn't take much to sort of upset the aero balance on these cars at times. But we'll have to see how our competitors last over these 4 hours. Some already on damage limitation, others trying to push and maintain an aggressive early advantage, as there is a yellow flag in Skyline, as Jordan Brunch unfortunately did have a moment, but he's being patient, allowing everyone else to pass safely, keeping the car way off track, waiting for that gap between the traffic to allow himself to rejoin.
Oh, yeah, that is that is a very challenging braking spot, trying to get to the downhill. That is probably the most precise you have to be on the entire circuit. I speak from experience, unfortunately, as I have been in this situation myself.
One of those corners where you have to wait for your braking spot, because you can brake over the corner. You need to do it before it.
Yes, it's a blind hill here, as we see Benz Mejros, as apologies if I too am making a mess of your names. We see 2 Mustangs side by side. Aggressive, little bit of an over-under. Was there a little bit of contact between them, maybe? But getting the move done.
I think the bigger contact that was by Basiuta with the curb, which seemed to unsettle the blue Mustang a bit. However, not too much has happened, as we see the back marker of Jordan Brunch right ahead here. Tobias Kohler getting past, and everyone else letting them pass.
Yeah, Jordan doing his best to stay out of the way here. He knows that indicators on his race is unfortunately not gone to plan spade, but it doesn't mean he cannot enjoy the challenge that this track has to offer. And I think that's what brings so many people to Mount Panorama in Bathurst, New South Wales. It's not just seeing the cars, it's the challenge, both for drivers and spectators alike. It's seeing the challenge this place offers, because there are next to no other tracks like this in the world. Again, from my own experience of visiting the other track myself, as we ride on board the rear wing of Steve Hogg, going a bit too deep there in over Skyline, a bit of a lockup as well through the dipper. I always forget that these cars do have ABS, but ABS is not foolproof as an assist system here. But I always compare this place to Nürburgring Nordschleife as my nearest analogue from my own experience of visiting racetracks, because the boundaries are non-existent. The challenge it offers to our drivers is just incredible to watch, and in both amazement and terror in equal measure.
And it seems like Busiuta here, our Romanian driver, has gotten a penalty, a 15-second penalty. I'm just trying to find the information as to what that is. All of our drivers, of course, are in one Discord chat with Race Control, who will shout out if anything is happening.
While you were speaking about the analogs, I thought of Mount Panorama as the Himalayan Mount Everest of the racing, considering that you are racing on the mountain itself. And I don't think there's like any better comparison that could be given to it. Especially when you think like geographically.
yeah, geographically speaking, I tend to think of Mount Panorama Bathurst as like a more compressed form of Nürburgring Nordschleife, because Mount Panorama here is a 6.2 kilometer racetrack, whereas I believe Nürburgring Nordschleife is roughly 20 kilometers. Oh, and I've just noted that is a DNF for the Pan Formula Mercedes of Jordan Brunt and Albert Georges today. Unfortunate for them with the technical issues aside, and perhaps that getting into the heads of the drivers sucks to see, but I'm sure that there's no doubt that they'll be back. Albert and Jordan, both very competitive, very willing people that love racing, love driving. As we start to settle into the race now, did you have any luck finding what the 15 seconds was given to the 21 Ford Mustang for?
Not yet.
I see.
I'm on the logo.
My suspicion is that it was possible contact with the number 333 Meshara's Mustangs. As I believe we have seen one live happening.
Perhaps that first opening lap was rather scrappy, as it were. A couple of cars in the wall. A couple of cars making a little bit of contact, misjudging things, as we see Komisarov there looking for a move into Griffin's Bend, maybe around the outside, but that Lamborghini there holding him very tight and not quite enough grip and power there to make it through as we go into the uphill cutting on the uphill drive up the mountain. This is still a public road. People do live around this area on these streets.
Yeah, it is a public road, but it's not like there's like huge skyscrapers or something around. As we see a bit of a touching of the wall, there are smaller settlements and farms. It's mostly farms that that use this road as access road to their property.
Yes, according to the power of Wikipedia and its nature, there's a strict 60 kilometer or 37 mile an hour. Take your pick on which measurement unit you prefer. Speed limit enforced around the area, and it's regularly patrolled by the local police to ensure that nobody is misbehaving, I suppose, as it were. It certainly looks like an interesting little battle starting to develop between Kurin, Komisarov and Polshkarov behind, although Polshkarov falling back, maybe, but 1 second can very quickly disappear, as I'm sure we've all found out in our own races. You think, oh, a 1 second delta, that'll be fine, I can turn my pace down and be a bit more conservative, and all of a sudden they're half a second behind, they're a couple of tenths behind. Instead of thinking, where did that go? But for 3 hours 45 minutes to go, that's the joys of endurance racing. It's finding that balance between yourself, your competitors, and the track. It's why endurance racing is so thrilling, because it's not as simple black and white, send it from start to finish. Some of you will be stronger in some areas, or the competitors will be stronger in other areas. Hop on board with Lee Perkins of the 33 Ferrari 296 on the rear of that gorgeous... I do love the blue and the white of that Mustang, especially as you get the sheen in the sunlight here. Looking for a way past, maybe, as we look into Griffin's, not quite close enough to make the move. That would have been ambition over adhesion had anything been tried. I don't know why that phrase has got stuck in my head. I just love using it so much.
About it. That's your new favorite phrase, isn't it?
Ambition over adhesion, yes. I can't remember whether I saw it elsewhere on TV or it's something said to me by a family member, but it's so apt in racing. We've all fallen on either side of it as well. But it's so apt, especially in these conditions, as I just noted we've got a 27C air temp, 34C track temp. Very little wind at the moment. So just a very hot, beating Australian summer day.
It does look like a just rather standard setting for ACC, fixed weather settings here, so our drivers could prepare for it the best they could. And Andrew Komisarov attacking for P3 here. I don't think he wants to wait any longer and stay in P4. No, he's going for it into T1. They are side by side. Lamborghini has to take all of the run if possible there, including the green painted strip on the outside there. And has made the position stick. Andrew Komisarov now in P3. But now he has to defend and stay in front there. Because, well, he wants to stay here probably. As we see right behind, Porshakov has also made it through now. Is now through on Curran. Curran losing 2 positions here in 2 corners. It seems like the Get Good Racing team is on the back foot right now.
Indeed, I think maybe Liam Curran was put off a little bit by the aggressiveness of Komisarov there into Hell Corner and put them on the back foot all the way down the mountain straight. Forgive me, I'm organising notes there. But again, they may lose this what advantage they had so far as we go on board with our replay cam between the Ferrari and the Ford Mustang there. Oh, I do not too sure if that was netcode or if that was Daryl Young getting into the wall there, allowing Steve Hogg past.
Yeah, I think it was just getting the previous corner a bit too hot and collecting the wall. That is easily done around here, which makes this track so scary. As you said before, quite aptly, that racing Bathurst is mostly racing the circuits and not your competitors. And we've seen this just now, because if mistakes happen, you lose position.
Yes, and mistakes are very costly, because that looks like a very heavy contact with the wall there. So just wondering how that Mustang's feeling for Daryl Young as we hop on board with Michel Rodriguez of Under Control Racing, the number 28 McLaren there, on the rear of Oromenko ahead in the 24 296 Ferrari. 2 very good-looking cars, although maybe not my personal favourites to drive. There's no doubt that these 2 cars, very similar in their general construction, mid-engine, both turbocharged out power plants in the mid-section there. But we'll have to see who has the slight advantage. As we go up the mountain now into the cutting, Ferrari 296 has been referred to as some by a GT3, a prototype, due to its construction and behavioring characteristics. Very easy after an incident in the real world to swap out a bumper or a rear deck should there be any damage done to the vehicle. But we'll have to see how the battles play out now.
Oh,
There's a blue. As we've got a blue flag and all sorts of contact going on into the dipper there from Lee Curran and others. On the off chance that we could get a replay, it'd be interesting to see what happened there, because that was all sorts of a bit of a cascade of errors from drivers, I believe. Not too sure exactly what happened there.
there is only one thing that we can speculate: a possible damage happening to Lamborghini some of the previous corners, possibly, and that was the reason why he was so slow.
Possibly. As I just noticed, although as we continue through Murray's corner onto the start-finish straight, Lee Curran's 143 Lamborghini Huracan has pitted for a human early pit stop and to repair the damage. Although this battle is certainly looking interesting between, I believe it was Oromenko Rodriguez, As we see again, yeah, Rodriguez looking up the inside again into Griffin's Bend, but not quite close enough to make the move. You really have to be side by side before the braking zone to make a move in Griffins in these cars. GT3s are not quite as much ability to send it into a corner as others. Although it doesn't stop me in the BMW on occasion, I will admit. But as we go up the mountain again, through Frog Hollow, Sulman Park, towards McPhillamy Park now. McPhillamy Park is still one of the scariest corners for me around here. It's such a commitment corner as we go down through Skyline, the blind braking zone over the crest, into the dip, through the S's, into the dipper. Barely any room for error there, with a couple of interesting lines looking all throughout Forest Elbow, especially Rodriguez, Oremenko, apologies, and Porshkarov, as we see. Indeed, forgive me, I'm struggling to keep up today. I do apologise to our viewers.
It is still early in the morning for us Europeans here. Well, yeah.
It's very early for me, at least, and early mornings are not my strong suit, so I do apologise to our viewers. But it's some very, very close and interesting racing between these drivers. Some very good battles, some changes of position, taking advantage of the slipstream where others might not have it. It's all part and parcel of an endurance race. You can sit behind or you can be aggressive and really push the limit to try and get ahead if you believe you've got the faster pace. As we hop on board with Lee Perkins, looking a very late move into the chase on that Mustang there. They're not quite getting the drive out on exit, that Mustang using its V8 power and substantial size to really hold the advantage, perhaps to kind of give the hint saying, not this time, sunshine.
Yeah, no, that was a move that came seemingly out of nowhere there. Where did that Ferrari even come from? 3/10 behind on the straight before, and then suddenly into the corner. Whoop, I'm here now. But no, thank you, said the Ford Mustang. This is... I tried this in the past. It never worked out. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I've seen it on the occasion where you've been racing alongside our other tracc.eu competitors, and it has been a bit of ambition over adhesion for you in the chase.
Exactly. Yeah. That phrase, you're getting all of the mileage out of the phrase today, I see.
I'm going to milk it for all it's worth. I'm going to milk it for all it's worth. People are going to be sick of it by the end of today. As long as they enjoy the racing, it's fine.
They're definitely trying to remake the Ferrari versus Ford history right now.
Indeed.
But on an Australian continent.
Indeed. Ford versus Ferrari, Australia Down Under edition.
Yeah, that's when it's turned around. Ferrari versus Ford, because Australia turned around.
Yeah. Only thing lacking is some kangaroos.
Indeed, although hopefully we don't see any signs of Skippy and friends today. I think that is one of the bonuses of sim racing, is that we don't typically see safety cars thrown out for some adventurous wildlife, as it were.
If actual modding ever arrives to ICC, then I will be disappointed if there will be no kangaroo mod in it. You know, like even some simple PNG with a kangaroo on the side of the road would have been great, just for the sake of it.
I mean, knowing how, as someone that has both loved racing and video games and development side, it would not surprise me if you looked somewhere around this track with the 3D cam. You could probably find some kind of little Easter egg of there being a kangaroo or other native wildlife somewhere lurking around the track.
I would need to do it myself then, because throughout all of the photography sessions I had so far, I did not notice one. That's the thing.
Again, Easter eggs are often very well hidden or hiding in plain sight. Just the joys of them. Developers love throwing these things in because they don't get often get through QA, but they're loved by the team and the community alike in video games. And yes, people may say, oh, this is a video game, how can you be so interested deep in this? It's like, this is the closest analog that most of us will ever get to racing, especially these types of cars where you can hit 270, 280 kilometers an hour, if not slightly faster in very specific circumstances. There's Perkins looking for a move into Skyline, or just maybe trying to spook his competitor there, sticking the nose in just to say, I'm still here, buddy, I'm looking.
Honest other person wants to let you be overtaken, then for the most case, it's always a mind game at this point.
It's especially an endurance race. Like, in sprints, races typically up to 60 minutes in length. It's a little bit more condensed, and moves are often made a lot faster, but part of endurance racing is you sit behind your competitor for a few laps, maybe up to half a stint. You just sit there playing the mind games with your competitor, trying to sort of get in their head. I've done it myself. I've been on the receiving end where I've just sat there. I've just been fuel saving behind a competitor, trying to work with them through traffic, as I'm a sucker for multi-class endurance myself. But sometimes it's all about the little mind games you play with competitors. Just sneaking the nose out in certain corners, pulling out slightly if you've got a little bit of overspeed, just to put them on edge.
On a track like Mount Panorama, you don't even have to do any mind games. Alone the fact that you are behind them is already one.
Yeah.
I have been able to find out, by the way, sorry to interject, that what the plus 15-second penalty for our 21 car is. It seemed to have been a lap 1 incident between them and the car that is currently behind them, Lee Perkins, in a lap 1 collision under flag.
Ooh.
That is the reason. That is the reason given. It was a 15-second penalty awarded for Bussiata for that, and yeah, that is the reason why that is happening. I'm not going to, because I was thinking about it in the back of my head before I started talking. I'm not suggesting that the heavy battling that we're seeing here with Lee Perkins following so closely is in any relation to the incident that happened earlier up ahead. Due to the 15 seconds being awarded, I don't see why there should be any bad blood between them, as we see Lee Perkins losing a bit of grip on the downhill now compared to Bussiata ahead.
Indeed. But I suppose that yellow flag infringement, as I'm assuming that's what both yourself and the stewards meant by that. Yellow flags exist for a reason. You have to be careful.
And there was a Mercedes here, Muniz. What happened?
A little bit of
steer.
Into the wall on the outside of the chase. Not ideal for them. Good chunk of damage on that Mercedes AMG GT3, but see if they keep going, and they do seem to be for the time being. Opting not to pit early, possibly due to stint time allocations, possibly just to not wanting to mess up the strategy. It's all part and parcel of endurance racing. You can get a little bit of damage that the car is still very drivable with, or you can get just a tiny little bit damage that just upsets the aero balance and makes it an absolute pig to drive. It's all dependent on the car and the track. Although GT3 cars are usually a little bit more tame compared to prototypes with that kind of damage. Although I say that, Adam Norhalin, apologies if I butcher your surname, the 21A Evolution Lamborghini in for a stop. Seems a little bit early with 30 minutes in. However, are they running solo today? Or do they have a teammate? I do forget.
I can look that up real quick.
They are a solo driver, so perhaps either part of their strategy to give themselves ample brakes, or perhaps something else, though I do see a good bit of damage on the nose of that Lamborghini.
Yeah, it does seem to be mostly due to the damage for the 21A Evolution driver from, I think that is the Malaysian flag. I hope I did not choose the wrong flag there. But yeah, Southeast Asian driver currently in the pits 30 minutes after the start. Meanwhile, we have two battles on the track right now. We have Rodriguez still following Okremenko. Further behind, we have 4P9. Lee Perkins still right up to Busiata. And what we keep seeing between this car, as we spy on the front there of the Ford Mustang and see a bit of damage, as well as Lee Perkins seems to have a bit of damage on the rear of that Ferrari, is that in the straights, it seems like the Ford has the upper edge. Well, the edge, as in the Ferrari cannot get side by side.
Although tries to at least pull the nose out and maybe spook Bushiuta into maybe overthinking the corner, perhaps, although not quite close enough for the move there from Perkins. More of the mind games, perhaps, as they get closer and closer as we go up the hill. 2 tenths now. As we go through Quarry Corner, Reed Park, Frog Hollow, into Solomon Park. Some of these names are very interesting from the locals. Little bit of a wiggle there from Perkins as we go through McPhillamy Park. Cars behaving mostly over the curbing, but this is definitely one close battle for sure. Although, speaking of the other battle earlier on...
Yeah, exactly.
You beat me to it there.
Okremenko is now behind Rodriguez. So Rodriguez has received a penalty, 15 seconds, however managed to get a position. And the 15-second penalty, I know exactly what that is for. It was a protest from car number 5, which is a tracc.eu mainstay. Currently 7 KPs in the car for that. Previously it was Daryl... Wow.
Daryl Young.
Daryl Young, thank you very much. I forgot his last name. I'm so... Oh my god.
Just wow.
We're sorry. We're sorry, Daryl.
Just Daryl. Just Daryl. No, Daryl Young was previously in the car, and the issue was a very aggressive move on lap 1, if I saw that correctly. Dive bomb and pushing out of the way. It seems that was protested, and they received a 15-second penalty for Rodriguez, who's currently running in P4.
Although, speaking of one of the battles, Perkins is elected to pit after, despite previously being on the rear of Bushiuta. Ooh, and slightly misses their pit box as we see Steve Hogg go a little bit too deep there in the chase, trying to perhaps make up earlier time and gets themselves a drive-through, presumably for track limits.
It was not for track limits, it was another protest by car number 5. Let's see, it was... the description of the incident is 104 crashes, doesn't hold brakes, and hits 5's back end as they roll down the hill. That has been awarded with a drive-through now for Steve Hogg of Fargon Racing. So they are going to have to come into the pits for this drive-through in one of the next, I think, 2 laps now, since they have just crossed the start-finish line.
Indeed. In most racing efforts around the world, you tend to have 3 laps before you have to serve any penalty flags, or you are often disqualified. And I believe in Assetto, Corsa, Competizione, as well as other games, it is automated, so if you do not serve that drive-through, the game will come down on you hard. And that's because the real-life stewards, we do have live stewarding here today, are signing our penalties. The automated systems also save stewards a lot of work, both in the real world and in video games. They do come down on you hard if you do not follow their rules. Julian, you've had to do so as the owner and lead of tracc.eu. I've had to do it in a couple of my previous endeavours in sim racing.
Yes,
ooh,
indeed.
I remain a bit wiggly there. Ooh.
The wall is ever
Perhaps.
closer than you expected, and Okrumenko found that out just then.
Indeed. I do wonder how much tyre life these drivers are taking out of these tyres. GT3 cars can usually quite easily go up to an hour, if not slightly longer, on a single stint of tyres. I believe longer in the real world due to them toning down their pace for tyre preservation reasons. As we see Alexei Markov there in the 992, looking for a move in the chase. Ooh, touched the inside curb. The Lambo goes on the outside, side by side, very close, but doesn't quite get it done. Very impressive attempt there. As we see Porshakov again on Rodriguez there. These two really not wanting to sit behind one of a little bit of a razzle-dazzle there from the headlights. Not sure if that's displeasure or just for the sake of trying to get into your competitor's head there. And I see I've just been informed by one of the stewards from Slipstream that you can do roughly 70 minutes around Bathurst in ACC on a set of tyres, and perhaps that's why some of our drivers are getting a little close to the walls as we see. Markov and there's big contact between Alexei Markov and the Lamborghini of Nohalim there.
That was
a
a
massive damage
lines.
on that Porsche 992.
Yeah, that is a
thing is not
meatball.
safe.
100%
That's
meatball
park
flag.
it, mate. Park it. Meatball flag, in racing terms, as it's been affectionately called, is the technical fault black flag. Affectionately called a meatball because it's the orange circle in the centre of the black flag.
Marcus
as much as you want
try to rescue the car to the pits. It seems it is. But this is just no. Okay, I think we're past it. I think we're past it, mate.
And rightly so. Alexei Markov pulls the Shiruma racing car over and takes the proverbial toe to pit lane.
There is
very
actually,
heavy
by the way, for those
there.
who don't know, there is a fictional towing where you have, I think it's 2.5 minutes, where your steering is locked and you cannot do anything. After that, the repairs start. So there is a fictionalized towing that is going on in terms of time. Very unfortunate there, the collision. We don't know we don't know what went on there. Well, we obviously saw the collision, but we're not the stewards here, so refraining from putting any blame on anyone. Just seemed like the front and the rear connected of the two cars. The stewards will definitely have a look into it and see who was at fault there. If it was a fault of anyone, if it was a racing incident, perhaps. However, this incident that ruined the race of the Porsche, who, to be fair, already was a lap down, if not two already. But still, finishing a race is often more important than winning a race like this. Like if you have an endurance race, even if it's just 4 hours, quote unquote, just, you're still proud of yourself after having finished it, even if you finish it in last of the finishes.
Indeed, finishing the race is often one of the biggest challenges in an endurance race. As someone that's done multiple, and as a big fan, sometimes just getting to the end is the biggest challenge, depending on the track and the circuit. That's just the same thing twice there, I do apologise. But, as you can tell, it's a lot of our drivers having very early incidents or penalties applied to them. Still 3 hours, 20 minutes to go, so all is not lost per se, but often enough, big incidents like that are very hard to recover from, especially technical meatballs like what happened to Markov there in the Porsche 902 Porsche. As we ride on board with Sean KP, tracc.eu mainstay on the rear of the Ferrari there. Just holding back, not getting too ambitious over the mountain as we go through Forest Elbow onto the Conrad Straits. one thing that did surprise me is that Ferrari here seems to be very competent in clean air on the straights here. Typically, because most people, I believe, tend to bolt on more downforce to the Ferrari. Xiong looks for a move up the inside, bit of a last of the late breakers move, but gets it done very clean there.
Somehow. Wow, that really, getting it stopped there like that, props.
Indeed. I imagine the work that Multimatic did on the chassis for that car really paying dividends there for Xiong KP. In the YRI Bottle Racing Ford Mustang there. Although perhaps Dawson was just wanting to play the longer game, knowing that the Mustang might have better straight line advantage, means you can sit behind, do a little bit of fuel saving, maybe see if you can eke out an extra lap on your stint, save a little bit of tyre life, and just chill out for a little bit. It's all part and parcel of endurance racing. You can have these very close, aggressive battles. Was that Xiong KP getting a little loose there in Griffins? Or was that my eyes playing tricks on me?
I think that might be a trick in this case. I personally didn't saw anything.
Maybe my eyes are playing tricks on me. I'm someone that watches the
late.
car's body language very closely, so...
It's too late for Halloween. It's too late for Halloween. There is no time for tricks now.
Well, there's always time for tricks and things. If you know what the rest of us Brits are like, we're always playing practical jokes on one another. Mustang looking very comfortable on the downhill section. I do love how smooth and well behaved it is. As we go on again onto the Conrod Straight. One of the longest straights in motorsport. It used to be longer. It used to go all the way down from Forest Elbow all the way to Murray's, I believe, before they added the chase chicane just to break up the length. I'm not too sure. I believe, if I'm reading the notes on Wikipedia correctly, if I'm understanding things, it was used between 1938 and 1986 without the chase left-right chicane. Left-right chicane. Forgive me, I can't even remember my left and right today.
Well, to be fair, that chicane is quite confusing because it has the kink which goes right, and then there's the chicane that goes left and right.
Indeed. Although, if I'm wondering if I'm getting my left and right confused now, how I'm going to be later on today in the VTCR event.
Well, don't worry. We'll just keep you on your foot and tell you the other left, mate.
Yeah. This way, dumbass. Goodness me. Although as we go back towards one of the closer, earlier battles, Oromenko just edged, sort of fallen back to roughly between half a second to a second off Rodriguez in the 28 McLaren there. Maybe just sort of being a little bit more patient as the tyre life has seemed to have come in effect in the later part of this stint. I imagine that most of our drivers will be looking to pit either on or just after the hour, given that tyre life is roughly 60 to 70 minutes in length around here. Just playing the longer game, perhaps, after in a very aggressive battle between these drivers. Great to see, of course, but sometimes strategy and patience pays dividends, even if it isn't as visually exciting.
Exactly. The most important part is where you finish up at the end of the race. Everything that happens before that technically does not matter for the outcome. We all know it does. Like, you can't just slump down in the beginning or completely screw up the strategy. But yes, 70 minutes seems to be the maximum extent of a stint that you can take around here. And some drivers might even have to use that, as we saw earlier with a pit stop 30 minutes past the start, which will cut it finally towards the end.
Indeed. So again, another one of the our compatriots from Slipstream just informed us again that it's 70 minutes of fuel as well. So just over an hour of racing, full start to empty, fuel and tyres. So ideally, it's a three. Doing my maths right, that's a 3-stop race with a slightly shorter final stint.
Yeah, well,
maths has never been my strong point.
Technically, it does not matter. In terms of maths, since we say 70 minutes is max stint length, means we have to do 3 stints anyways, which also means that it's probably best to spread them up evenly, so you have less tire degradation in terms of the worst tire conditions, and you have the least amount of fuel that you have to carry with yourself the entire time. So yeah, technically I think the best strategy, if we're just looking at the weight and the feel of the car, would be 3 stops at every full hour, 1 stop at every full hour gone.
Indeed, although Bruce, they're a little bit wiggly over the X curve there as we go back and forward with Armenko and Rodriguez. Again, another close battle between these two. Armenko going for a very aggressive move into Murray's there, giving them the lead on the start-finish straight into Hell Corner. Interesting battle there between these two. Rodriguez is very, very loose all over the exit of Hell Corner there, keeping it on the track, but losing a good chunk of time in the process. Some of these later, more aggressive moves are not working out in the stint. For some.
Both of them are coming up to the back marker of, I think that is Norhalim.
It is Norhalim in the 574 Lamborghini.
Oh no, it's actually
21.
Köhler right ahead, Tobias Köhler.
Oh, my apologies.
We have 3 Lamborghinis on the grid, which is 3 more than we usually see.
I love the Lamborghini, the noise it makes. Yes, I know the Audi exists as well, but the Lamborghini's just got more aggressive design and attitude. Even though it does share a similar drivetrain and chassis to its German counterpart.
Let's be real here. We are not the youngest people around, but how that was a touch there on the wall. That was
multiple touches.
That was Okromenko really getting unsettled on the exit there of Forest's elbow. Holy hell. That is going to hurt. Probably leaving them with a bit of aero damage as well. That is not the best situation to be in. However, I don't think they have done a pit yet. No, they have not done a pit yet, so whenever they're coming up, they can just repair that and be on their way. So they are not losing too much time with that.
Indeed, time to apply some duct tape to the front end of that 296 Ferrari, perhaps.
As I wanted to say earlier, as we're talking about the Lamborghinis, we're not the youngest people, but whenever we were in... Everyone has their counter-culture episodes. For some it lasts longer, for some it lasts shorter. But whenever we did, there was always a nice, edgy Lamborghini around that we could hang in our room, a poster of, at least. Well, not the actual car. I don't think many people can afford hanging a Lamborghini in their room.
Absolutely, I remember seeing the first time the Lamborghini Murcielago sort of unveiled itself to the world with its V12 motor. It's quite a departure from some of the previous Lamborghinis before it, and I believe one of the first designed in association with Audi and Volkswagen, as Lamborghini was enveloped by the Volkswagen Audi group. But still a very Italian looking and sounding car.
Interestingly for me, the one that was hanging in my room was the original Countach, because my brother left me a framed image of a silver Countach, and that basically was the one that influenced me, even though it's quite a bit before my time.
I don't think I had a Lamborghini hanging in my room. In fact, I don't even remember what car I had hanging in my room, but I remember when I was like 7, I actually saw once Lamborghini Gallardo driving through the city.
Yeah, I was about to say, for you it would have been either the Gallardo or an early Murcielago, right?
Yeah, either one of those. I think it was none of the Lamborghinis that I had on a poster. So that's all I know for sure. I just saw one as a kid. And what surprised me most back then when I saw that car, it didn't make sound. Imagine like V10 Gallardo driving through the corner and it's not making any sound whatsoever. You didn't even saw that it was driving on the road with plenty of holes in it. It was so smooth.
I think the great thing about a lot of these cars is that they look like they're going fast even if they're stationary, which is what a lot of car designers do, not only from an aerodynamic standpoint, especially as a lot of our GT3 cars are based off production supercars. Ooh. Again, I'm not sure if that was netcode or the Lamborghini there, just gracing the wall. As we go down into Skyline, it's, again, I think a lot of our competitors starting to see the upper limits get a bit closer than they perhaps want. Although a very clean race so far, touch wood, praying I don't give anybody the commentator's curse, for Leonard Holdwell of Bagoo Racing VTuber Endurance Team. A very dominant opening performance for them. Yet they have to hand over to one of their two teammates at their pit stop of either Ubi Diaz or G Fox Foxington.
I think we can also quite comfortably say that in this team up of Lennart Holvedel, Ubi Diaz, and G Fox, Lennart is the pro-rated driver. If we go in endurance terms, Lennart is the pro or the platinum rated driver out of the three. Ubi Diaz is silver or gold, and G-Fox would be the AM driver. So they are putting the expected strong performance, let's just put it like that, out first, and potentially also then again for the last stint. I'm just interested to see how they will split up the team and the drive time between the three. I'm pretty sure they will try to maximize the stint time of Lennart Holvedel. As we have seen, he is very quick and capable of winning this race.
Definitely, and that is one of the things that bears in mind with endurance racing. If we are to follow the FIA grading system, like you said, of platinum, gold, silver, and bronze, all drivers must complete, I believe, a minimum drive time, but cannot do more than X amount in a single stint. So it will be interesting to see how Bagoo Racing VTuber Enduro stretches out their drivers, because it's akin to real-world racing. We've seen it in FIA World Endurance Championship, IMSA in the Americas as well as other GT racing series and other endurance racing series around the world. Everyone has to play their part, although fortunately, I guess, for our drivers today, that compared to the likes of the World Endurance Championship, the bronze drivers, or the quote-unquote lowest rated drivers by the FIA rating system, do not have to start and qualify. So I guess that's one advantage to our teams today.
I find it interesting, by the way, because I just looked it up, and what the sectors is, because I'm currently looking at the best lap times and sector times of all of the cars. Currently, the purple lap, as we see, is the car on screen, Lennart Holvedel, who also has the purple first sector. However, the car behind, the car in P2, Steve Rees, is just 5 thousandths behind of the purple lap with their best lap. But they are like 2.5 tenths quicker in Sector 2. Now, where does Sector 2 start? It starts in the middle of the uphill climb. Like in the fast, just before the fast couple of left-handers that you have to take flat out in order to be like on purple lap pace, let's say. And interestingly, this technical part, which goes up until the Conrad Strait, is where the Ford is quicker than both of the Ferraris around it of Holvedel and Komisarov.
That's quite surprising considering the size of the Mustang. Compared to, like you're saying, the Ferraris with their mid-engine nature, as we see Steve Rees pull into the pit lane just shy of the hour mark. Maybe tyre life has been the concern. Maybe they just fancied an early stop so they could swap over to their teammate of, I believe it was Maddie. Do not personally see any surname listed under Maddie's entry, but we'll have to see once the driver swap is completed.
I don't think there is a surname, or I don't think there's a first name listed for them. Maddie is just going by Maddie, but that means the pit stop means that Komisarov is now, as his solo entry, currently in overall P2, very strong showing, even especially considering that he is solo. But we'll have to see whether that can hold up for a full 4 hours.
One thing I do wonder that I forgot to ask before the race started today is between our solo entrance and our multi-driver and the multi-driver entrance is that do our solo drivers get any kind of longer pit stop due to a driver swap, or is the pit stop roughly the same length regardless of a driver swap?
In
Assetto Corsa Competizione, as soon as you take tires, you're gonna take 30 seconds, fixed minimum. On top of that is the repairs. However, if you take a driver swap, it is also the 30-second minimum. However, that does not stack. So as long as you take tires, and if you then do a driver swap at the same time, that's just a 30-second pit stop minimum, plus additional damage repairs. So, yeah. There's no bad thing about having to swap to a driver in that sense.
Oh. So this is why I always like to ask the important questions, because I'm used to other games where, depending on the length of the pit stop, unless you're doing full service, you often don't want to do a driver swap because that can take longer than fuel or any tires, depending on whether you're taking a full service or whether it's just a partial service. It's good driving from Komisarov there, just minding their own business as a solo entry, trying to stay out of trouble, just turning the laps away, not going full out. Their last lap of a 2:02.4, like very fast by my eyes at least, but nothing to really sort of set the world on fire. But consistency is key, especially as the solo driver. They have to last the entire 4-hour race. As we see Artyom Oromenko come into the pit lane for the 24 Leona Racing Wars 296 Ferrari. The first of the pit cycles has begun, although some flashing an incident between the BMW there and the Ferrari, although the BMW not making the chase as they would have wanted. Not too sure what that was about.
They are taking the turn, all of the circuit quite literally in this case.
Indeed.
We've seen it already. Yeah, we've seen it already quite a few times now.
Indeed, as someone that has regulated the BMW as a car, normally that car is very good on brakes. You can be very aggressive using the bonus of its front engine nature to really... You would have thought that the extra weight over the nose would be a detriment, dragging you deeper into the corner, but the BMW's brakes are usually good, but that does rely on you hitting your brake markers just right. So maybe a little bit of a, again, my infamous phrase, ambition over adhesion there.
That's 3 times now.
I swear, if someone starts I'm surprised there hasn't been a bingo card made up for whenever I'm doing commentary with yourselves or others in tracc.eu.
Well, for the next time it will be. We now know that.
Oh, goodness.
As we see, Leonard
As long as-
Holvidel, the previous race leader, as well as Andrew Komisarov, previous race P2, both coming into the pits now to finish the first stint. We'll have to see whether Holvidel gives the car to one of the teammates right now, or whether the plan is that he's doing the first 2 stints. Komisarov, of course, cannot swap, and we see P3 of Mikael Rodriguez also coming into the pits to presumably do the normal pit stop stuff, as well as serve their 15-second penalty. And it seems like
same with P5.
Foxington is taking over the leading Ferrari and exiting the pits.
So putting in what is their what you could argue is their bronze-rated driver. Not to dissuade Foxington's efforts, of course. I've shared the track with them in the V-Track races. Fairly good driver, but we've like with all of us, we've all got room to grow. But it's going to be an interesting, roughly hour-long stint for them, going into a lead position. And there's someone that's done a few races, especially endurance races, where you've been in the lead. Taking over from the person that started the race can, and especially in such a dominant position, can be very daunting as a, I guess, more amateurish driver. I did the same thing at the Nürburgring 24 in touring car earlier this year, and that was sort of very not frightening, but disconcerting to have to take over the car after a teammate put it in pole and, well, had a very successful opening stint, because it's very easy to let that get to your head. You have to remind yourself, as I'm sure G-Fox and their teammates are reminding them, just drive the car, turn your laps, keep it clean.
Exactly. We cannot work under the assumption here that G-Fox is going to stay in the leads, especially when there's Komisarov right behind, who is drastically quickly catching, simply because he has already had an hour of getting into the groove, getting to know the track and the conditions. G-Fox has been out of the car for at least a full hour now. Even more if we take the qualifying into account. So G-Fox needs to get into the groove now, and after that, don't get disheartened by being overtaken by other drivers, because that is something that happens. This stint just needs to be safe, and that is the main part of it. Just keep it between the white lines, out of the walls. That is the goal here.
As we see 33 looking for a move, Lee Perkins looking to maybe unlap himself from G-Fox. Unfortunately, the Merlin Dragon Motorsport ASA 33296 Ferrari, God, that was a mouthful. I don't know why I didn't stop myself there. Getting caught up in some early incidents, but trying to unlap themselves to see what they can recover from the race. Although everyone was moving, Perkins surrendering to blue flags.
That is a bit of an awkward situation as well. Honestly, I have to say I'm not quite certain about the rules regarding unlapping yourselves here as well. But G-Fox, as the bronze-rated driver, yeah, there will be situations like this, and as we already see that Komisarov and Maddie have now lined up right behind him, and will probably go for a move here on the Conrad Straight.
Yeah, I've been informed that Maddie. We're seeing that Komisarov is a fast driver. I've been informed that Maddie as well is another fast driver there. So very interesting chances. Komisarov goes up the inside, and G Fox gets the car, spooks on cold tires, and spins into the chase.
I think it was the height difference there that played the role. I have really strong suspicion that could be it.
It's just disheartening to see because you're on the opening lap. The car is cold. Hopefully, there's not a great deal of damage done to that car, but that was disheartening to see from G-Fox as they're bringing it straight back into the pit lane to maybe a meatball for them, as that was quite a high-speed impact. That's disheartening to see, and that's exactly opposite of what we wanted to see. Yeah, that car is not in the best of state.
Part of it might have been a bit of a mental pressure from P2 and P3 being right behind now.
Indeed.
That is something that can happen. Let's keep it on the light side, on the positive. It's good that G-Fox is making that experience, because for the next time he'll know that can happen, and that there is something that is a potential for improvement for the future. In the meantime, we have a new battle for the lead now going on between Andrew Komisarov and Mehdi. Andrew Komisarov, of course, a solo entrance today, and Mehdi racing for one of the Far Gone Racing teams. And as we have noted earlier, interestingly, in the downhill section up until here, the Ford Mustang is quicker, or can be quicker, than the Ferraris. However, weirdly, in sectors 1 and 3, which are arguably more about the top speed, the Ferrari is quicker there.
Perhaps the Ferrari using less downforce at their current setup.
Either that, or simply the out of the corner speeds might be that much better in case of Ferrari.
Right, because in 1 and 3, it's much slower corners, or corners that have a long straight afterwards. So maybe it's also partly about the acceleration out of those slow corners that the Ferraris have an easier time with.
Because Ford is, after all, a powerhouse, but it still needs a bit to get up to the speed. It's not a naturally aspirated engine, it still needs a bit. And while you are having the slow corners, the turbo, or the thing that is within the Mustang, simply doesn't have time to turn up the power to be up to speed.
Perhaps, but with the nature of I think that's one reason why I mentioned it earlier, that I loved the Lamborghini so much when starting in GT3 sort of sim racing, is that because of its naturally aspirated nature, although with V8s it's slightly different because each engine is tuned differently, the V8 of the Mustang I've been told, is very torquey, lots of low down grunt to push you out the corner, but that can also means you can break traction quite easily and not get the power down as much as maybe you wanted. So perhaps could also be where the Mustang is at a slight disadvantage. It's got great power, it's got good top end, but you have to be able to get the power down. And perhaps the Ferrari 296, with its little bit of, with how its engine is tuned with its turbochargers and its 120 degree flats V6, sorry. Nearly said flat 6, but 120 degrees isn't flat. Do your math. Perhaps it's all these little things in what makes GT racing so good, and how you can have all these cars racing close together. Each car will have its pros and cons. Yeah, and it's down to the drivers to really find that balance between them.
Oh, it seems like... Oh, that is going to be a move by Sion KP. They're on the inside of G-Fox.
Oh. There's a bit of contact on the exit of Hell Corner there.
The additional weight of Mustang didn't help.
Yeah. Sort of, perhaps maybe a little bit of misjudgment, but I shall leave, of course, the decisions to the stewards. I do not want it to appear. I simply speculate rather than say anything as concrete.
Speculating is the only thing that we can do right now.
Yeah, and I speculate based off my own limited experience in these GT cars. Because I wouldn't want it to appear like I'm imposing my will upon the stewards. But generally, despite the contacts we have seen in the early foibles of racing when everyone's so close together, it has been a good race to watch. Some very good close battles. Just sort of people get after the pit stops and the pit cycle, getting back into a groove now. Some drivers are swapped, some have stayed the same. Be interesting to see how the race develops over the next hour, because there's still 2 hours and 47 minutes to go.
It sure
so
is.
Plenty of time for things to change.
Yeah, and the first stint is now over for everyone. Some even have had multiple pit stops already, as we see Kouhai, for example, in the car right now for Leona Racing Rules. This is their second pit stop in the race already, it seems. Let's see, this seems to be quite a long pit stop right now, so there may be a bit of damage that has to be repaired.
If it's their second pit stop, then maybe they did try to do first 2 pit stops with very small fuel load to maybe potentially get some additional speed, but maybe they are just switching strategy right now to get much more fuel.
Oh, as Medini Motorsport BMW GT3, they're getting very out of sorts in Murray's corner there and narrowly avoiding... Very good avoidance by the Lamborghini there behind. Oh, I bet that was a bit of a code brown. Oh, that was a bit of a close call for sure.
And I just noticed we're down to 18 cars now. It seems like someone has DSQ'd as well now.
Indeed, I know that we had the Pan and Formula Mercedes AMG GT3 disconnect earlier due to issues with sign-up and stuff, but other than that, I'm not too sure how else we're missing.
It seems like number 334, Micha Romanchuk, disconnected.
Oh, that's unfortunate to see. Perhaps we can find out why later down the road. Because no one likes to see anybody disconnect or DNF a race.
Oh yeah, right. That was, according to the entry list, it was car number 333, driven between Bensem Messaros and Michael Romanchuk. 2 unpronounceable names for anyone that is not Eastern European. But yeah, unfortunately that they had to disconnect for a reason unbeknownst.
Indeed. It sucks to see. What I was going to say is that unfortunately the extent of my own Eastern European heritage only exists in my alcohol tolerance. Unfortunately never able to learn the native tongue of a family member.
I mean,
from that neck of the woods.
Take the pros.
But I can drink
come,
like a
right?
countryman.
Take the pros.
I can drink like the countryman, so that's fine. Not that I would ever encourage drinking and driving, but especially not in these kind of cars. But yeah.
No, drinking and driving, never do that. Never do that at all. That is way too risky to damage anyone. Also, don't do it on the racetrack, because especially if you're going at higher speeds like that. Yeah, that is going to be very risky, to say the least. I don't want to get any more negative than that, as we have gotten some information on the reason why the stint times are like they are. Apparently, the 296 just has much better traction control than the Ford Mustang does, and we have also gotten notification that Charles Byrne is going to triple stint for Get Good Racing here. Yeah,
that's going to be a long drive.
It is. I mean, we do have some drivers driving solo, as we mentioned earlier. But yeah, it's still going to be a challenge to do 3 hours. Keeping up the concentration for that amount of time. Whew, hats off to anyone that can do that. As we see Pantano following Maldini right now. It is a battle of the 296 versus the M4. And even though I am not the biggest fan of the snout, the black and yellow combination, I don't dislike that.
Certainly a good-looking car in motion, whether you in that particular colour scheme. We give ourselves just enjoying the noises of the cars as they battle, as we see the 296 of Foxington forgive me, I was looking at the wrong cars. Pantano make a move past Maldini. Apologies for the brief confusion there. I was misreading the car names and numbers.
Closer and closer to the wall.
Forgive me, I'm just trying not to laugh. I just read the chat. Yes, fire this commentator. Totally. Yes.
It's okay. I am a BMW enjoyer myself, as much as the head of tracc.eu is not their biggest fan.
Yes.
It's you know what they say. It's different strokes for different folks, and everyone has their driver preference.
Thank you for saying it there, the owner of tracc.eu. Yeah, I can't really fire myself now, can I? I could, but I don't want to. Anyways, this is a battle. Charles Byrne really going aggressive here on the inside of G-Fox. Holy hell, and both of them go off track here.
Indeed, both of them perhaps sort of G-Fox maybe still a little bit spooked after the earlier incident, but Charles Byrne being very aggressive. Maybe another sign of ambition over adhesion for that Lamborghini Huracan.
What are we up to now? 7 times?
Oh goodness! I swear, like
I think it was 4th time.
Nah, since we started counting, but he's had it a few times before that already. It's just.
I'm never going to live this down. It's going to become this could become some kind of adult drinking game. Legal disclaimer: always drink responsibly.
Yeah, always drink responsibly. By which I mean drink tea with milk and honey, as I'm having right now. Proper brew of black tea with a bit of milk and a bit of honey. A lovely combination. Any time of day. I'm more British than some Brits. I keep being told.
I mean, I'm a Brit that doesn't drink tea, so apparently I'm sacrilegious. But
are you at least making a tea break? You don't need to drink tea, you know. That's some sort of biscuits you can take. But
I'm just running with the joke at this point. It's fine. I'm more than willing to throw myself under the bus for a bit of comedy.
Yeah. Legal disclaimer, by the way, please don't throw yourselves under a bus.
Yes.
There's a lot of disclaimers today.
just to be sure that things are taken in jest and not in a literal sense. But that aside, forgive us for sort of detracting somewhat from the racing. Things have certainly quietened down in this second half of the stint, but that is sort of the nature of endurance racing. You have your exciting opening stints. Sometimes if it is a multi-class affair, you do have your battles through traffic between different classes. As we ride on board with Maddie from Fargon Racing, going up the hill into the cutting now, that just things do tend to quieten down a little bit sometimes in certain parts of the racing, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Doesn't mean that battles are not going on, it's just they're more subdued and more, I guess, mathematical in nature as we tend to look more at the lap times. Although I see that as we hop on board to Adam Norhalim, who was round out of Hell Corner.
Seem to have been a bit stationary there, yes, on the exit of the pits. And, oh well. That's not looking good. However, Norhalim soldiering on right now. Car seems quite a bit damaged at the front here. I think this is just about getting it around the circuit one more time, getting back into the pits. Oh yeah, I think that car is quite sufficiently damaged now. Oh, that was a bit of a lag there. I think, yeah, that was just a bit of a lag that had made it look worse than it did. No black and orange flag. Interestingly, the meatball flag has not been called by the game yet. So it seems that Norhalim can at least control the car enough to get around the circuit one more time to get to the pits. Whereas we're seeing he's getting up to speed right now. So I don't know. Maybe he'll continue like this. I wouldn't suggest it.
No, I wouldn't suggest it either. If the car is being that unstable and it feels unsafe to drive, my recommendation usually is to park it.
Yeah, we'll have to see about that. There's currently another battle on track. Pantano is now on the back of Foxington. Trying to make a safe overtake here. It might come into this next corner here.
G-Fox holding the middle line and then moving to the right of the braking zone. Trying to offer a firm but fair defensive move there. Firm but fair, that's what I like to see personally with racing. It's not any crazy weaving or last minute moves, but a nice clean firm defence there from Foxington into Murray's as we run back down the I'm forgetting the corner names now. Mountain Straight.
Well, yeah, Mountain Straight is not quite a corner, but I know what you mean. As we see Anthony Pantano really climbing up on the back. Is he going to take the chance now into the cutting? Not quite, because there's going to be a defensive line by G-Fox. This is interesting. Usually you don't have to drive defensively here. It seems, however, G-Fox, well, is very careful to not lose the position right now, which might not help him in the long run. As they're starting to go down the hill now, past Skyline, through the dipper here now. Oh, just maybe a tiny touch of the wall there. Just a little disclaimer here. Any small touch that you see might also just be lag, because people are racing here on this Australian server from all over the world. For example, G-Fox is racing from Central Europe, from Germany, so there is quite a bit of latency that is going on. And he's now has to defend quite solidly from Pantano, who presumably has a much lower ping. On middle of the road again, not a space for Pantano except for the outside here. But, whoa, what was that? Was there a bit of a touching maybe? Let's see. Let's go back and take a look. Why he had to get so slow here? Maybe just out. No, it was a tiny touch, but why did he have to go to the outside there? Is it because of the blue flag of the McLaren? I think that is Gregorian coming. No. That was Rodriguez coming through here. So maybe it's because yielding to blue flags, we'll have to see Rodriguez here on the outside now of Foxington. The P4 driver right now, having had done a 15-second pit stop penalty before, as G-Fox has now lost the position to Pantano, who smartly used the front runner to finish the overtake. As always, one of the favorite moves of mine as well, using a car that is lapping.
It was very visual in the sense that you could see that Foxington didn't expect him at the moment of overtaking. He came just like out of nowhere in this case.
Indeed, but that's part of the wonders of endurance racing. Sometimes it's not just raw pace that gives you the advantage. Sometimes it's taking advantage of circumstances like that. It's knowing being aware of your surroundings and knowing what you can and cannot get away with. And that was a very intelligent move there from Pantano, using the faster traffic to sneak past up the inside of Foxington.
But that's put Foxington in another bad spot, as you are seeing right now, Maldini being right behind him.
Maldini, the BMW, the snout is smelling another position.
It gives the extra down for us, I guess.
Maybe, but not quite close enough for a move on the Fox this time.
But definitely enough place to use the power of the BMW, which is probably the first most strongest car in terms of acceleration on the grid right now. So I guess we will see the results of it at this straight right now.
As we come out of Hell Corner onto the mountain straight for the run up to Griffin's. Will Maldini be able to take advantage of the BMW's strengths along here, or will Foxington just keep enough of an edge into the mountain section to stay ahead this lap?
He managed to get 2 tenths up in time, but he unfortunately lost it at the very first corner he did right now.
But as they say, catching somebody is one thing, passing them is another.
Especially if you do it in a
all
quarry.
the cheesy quotes today. I'm bringing out all the cheesy quotes today.
Good thing that there is not enough rocks on the circuit, or else it would be sticky. But at least they can go to the picnic on the park if they really want to.
Another battle that's currently going on is Sion KP is following Lee Perkins. Lee Perkins, of course, another one of our solo entries today. And Sion KP sharing the car with Daryl Young. See, I've remembered the name now. It was just under a second, but it looks like the Ferrari just gained a bit of time here on the back straight and through the chase. However, the snout's sniffing. It's not done yet.
Smells the position.
On me 2 times.
We go looking into the kink, trying to do a late brake move, but not close enough to make it work again. Got to be a little bit closer than that, I believe, Maldini. BMW's brakes are good, but you need to be in the position to use them. But Maldini definitely trying to take advantage, trying to find an advantage. Sorry. Get 10th here and a 10th there over G-Fox in the 296 Ferrari. Looking into turn 1 into Hell Corner. Again, either playing the mind games or just trying to find a way past. Losing a bit of time on the exit though.
Yeah, well, Foxington did the corner really well. It doesn't seem like the BMW is on its way right now to overtake the Ferrari anytime soon, but I guess everything can change in a span of like the next 3 corners.
Oh! Indeed, but sorry to interject as we were previously keeping an eye in the background on the emerging battle between Sean KP and Lee Perkins, but Sean KP clipped the wall in the downhill section there. That Mustang of the YRI XM Bottle Racing looking a bit rough and ragged around the edges there. I was just watching the deltas between Perkins and Sean KP, and it went from roughly 3/10 to now 5 seconds after the wall contact there. Oh, that Mustang looking very, very on edge. Definitely not in the best of conditions now. Wondering if Sean KP will bring that car into the pit lane. It does not look very good to drive, but if they don't have the meatball flag, and yes, they bring it in. It's unfortunate because Sean was gaining little by little. Same with the battle between Maldini and Foxington, little by little here and there. But the mountain biting again. Although, again, looking at what was a battle, Maldini coming into the pit lane. I believe they were off-cycle due to the earlier incidents they had at the start of the race.
The current stint was already ongoing for 1 hour and 5 minutes, so this was definitely the last or second to last lap that they could have come in for the pits. So yeah, this promotes Johannes Reinhardt into P10 now. The provisional top 10, even though, well, I say even though, Reinhardt has already had 2 pit stops. So it looks to be rather good for them to get into the P10 for the remainder of the race. Having just started the new stint, being on fresh tires now.
One thing that always surprised me when I think about it right now in terms of the tires, you know that tires will degrade, and while you are driving you notice it that you are being slower, but like not really. It's like this type of a weird feeling that you notice the difference between the new tires and old tires only after you switch to the new ones. I don't know if you ever had such a realization, but that's something that hit me up right now.
I mean, tyre life does change throughout the length of stint, especially in these conditions, as Maddie gets a little bit deep over the skyline there, but keeps it nice, keeps it relatively clean other than that. No contact with the wall. Just turning the laps, 4 seconds between themselves and Komisarov. Just maintaining the gap with the 56 car ahead receiving blue flags, but shouldn't be a big problem for the time being. Plus, in certain situations and certain parts of the track, it's nice to have a back marker ahead so you can get some slipstream. Everybody pulls out for the move on the lapped car. And makes a nice easy pass into Murray's corner, freeing them to chase back down Komisarov in the 124 Ferrari 296. Our current leader after an unfortunate incident from G-Fox Foxington on their opening lap. But there's still 2 hours 24 minutes to go. Anything can happen. Nothing is set in stone until the checkered flag falls, outside of any stewarding decisions.
Exactly. I've just been a bit more quiet because I've just received some news that are completely unrelated to this event, but might still be interesting in the broader spectrum of sim racing, I would say. As in Automobilista 2 yesterday received the 1.6 patch, and now the events on LFM are already live. So that racing can be done later today after this race is over. Yeah, it will be interesting to see what changed in the new update there. However, in the meantime, we still have some racing going on here. Reinhard is now catching G-Fox and looking to make it into P9 and leave G-Fox hanging on the edge of the top 10.
Yeah, just say, I know sort of it sounds like I'm a bit negative on G-Fox's efforts today, and forgive me for making the pun, but it may be driving with their tail between their legs at the moment, but I still think the fact that they're still willing to drive around one of the toughest tracks on the circuit, as they maintain their advantage for the time being over Johannes Reinhardt into Griffin's Bend. Firm but fair defense there.
I was about to say the same. It's good. As we see the overtake here coming into the cutting. Yes, that is pretty much the last possible space before coming onto the mountain. But yeah, still a great... still great that G-Fox has made it so far. It is one of the most difficult, for some, the most difficult circuit out there. Full stop. I am one of those people, for example. I think Bathurst is harder to drive, actually, than the Nordschleife. But not because of its length, but because of the walls being so close. And the Nordschleife, you at least most of the time have a little bit of grass still to the walls. It is much longer and you have to learn it more intensively for that. Still very challenging tracks, both of them.
Indeed. Well, one could argue that this is like a compressed form or compressed iteration of the Nordschleife, especially the mountain section. Because, like you said, you do have a little bit of leeway in some corners around Nürburgring with that little bit of grass on the side of the track in some sections. But again, Mount Panorama, it's so much more compressed. Forgive me for interrupting, as there was contact between Komisarov there and another car. Forgive me, I'm not too sure exactly what car that was, giving the lead to Maddie, and Komisarov toes. That was out of Forest Elbow there. Not entirely sure what happened. Let's see what happened on our replay, going the run through the S's into Forest.
It was the
no,
Bentley.
There was contact, heavy contact between Komisarov and the car ahead, and then clipped by the blue Ford GT3 there. Not of any fault of the Kuki Roland of the Bilstein Blahe Racing, of course. They were caught up in between a rock and a hard place, as it were. But that's really put a spanner in the works for Komisarov's solo efforts. And like we said with racing, anything can change. Not the change that anybody would have wanted, not when Komisarov had to tow the vehicle to pit lane for repairs. But things can and often do change in racing. My only speculation is partly the reason for that contact. Maybe a combination of network lag and also trying to yield to blue flags from the car. Though I'm not entirely sure which car it was. I do apologise. I could not tell on the replay.
Unfortunately, it seems like it's a race over for Andrew Komisarov, as his car has been disconnected.
Unfortunate to see. So we're running a very clean, confident solo race there. And yes, to one of our chatters, we do have 3 Ford GT3s. We have the number 4 Fargon Racing, driven by Maddie at the moment. We have the Kouhai Roland currently driving the Bilstein Kouhai Racing number 21. Blue and silver colour with a little bit of pink thrown in for good measure, just what you like to see. And then we have Daryl Young currently driving the YRI XM Bottler Racing car, another tracc.eu mainstay.
Speaking of the Blahaj Racing, Bilstein Blahaj, currently in the pits, but look at that front. They need some repairs.
Yeah.
That wasn't the incident that we saw earlier out of Forest Elbow coming onto the Conrad Straight as well.
Yeah. Oh, it's... forgive me, it was gold, not pink. My eyes are playing tricks on me. Or is there a pink stripe? And I am blind. Now that we say that, we go and switch back to another battle that emerged, sort of secretly, between Charles Byrne in the Lamborghini, Pantano in the Ferrari 296. They're looking for a move into Murray's, but thinks better of it. With the McLaren of Rodriguez not too far ahead from that. So another potential battle there for what could be considered the podium almost. All these cars fairly close together, running along the mountain straight towards Griffin's Bend. Lovely sort of breadth of cars. You've got the Ferrari 296, the Lamborghini Huracan Evo 2, I believe. And
must be the Evo
McLaren
2.
720S.
But it is the Charles Byrne car. And it is the Evo 2. Yes, exactly. I don't think we have a single old car in the grid today, which is slightly unfortunate. As I say that, the other Lamborghini in the field, the one of Reinhardt, who is 23 seconds behind this battle currently, is the Evo 1 Lamborghini Huracan.
All but gold, still fighting.
I knew you'd like that, Adrian.
Some of the classic cars are always nice to see, even if they're technically not seen so much in IRL competition anymore.
But then again, earlier today I heard the news that the next endurance event at Dubai, I forgot how many hours that is, but it will have the Bentley Continental Evo, which the following year is the last year where that will have its GT3 homologation still active. So next year will be the last year we will be able to see Bentley Continental GT3s. One of my personal favorites is Anthony Pantano here. We have 2 battles currently on track, with Anthony Pantano battling Charles Byrne here for P5, and a few positions behind that we have Lee Perkins trying to get P8 from G-Fox. But I don't know where to look right now. Both of them are so close. As Anthony Pantano is a bit behind on the straight now. Lee Perkins, they're also coming onto the straight. This is the different straight though, because we're on the Conrad here. Other one was the mountain. Yes, there are 3 straights here. We need to separate them somehow. But it looks like Lee Perkins is really wanting to go for that position, as otherwhere on track is side by side between Burnham and Pantano, and that was mostly lag, I believe. I hope.
I'm not entirely sure if there was contact or lag there myself either. Unfortunately, between some of the competitors, like, it looks clean on our broadcast view, but my own view is looking a little bit worse for wear. But the Pantano slightly dropping back after that one.
Pantano
they
did
made
slightly
contact.
drop back, yes. What is not dropping back is Lee Perkins, however, still on the move here. G-Fox going for the middle of the road approach, something that I'm particularly fond of as well. Not wanting to give up the position at all. Now, in endurance racing, there's always two schools of thought, basically. Number one, sprint school of thought. Don't let anyone pass. Fight for your life. Number two is the endurance train of thought, which is, okay, this person is much quicker than me. Should I lose my own time trying to defend against them, or should I let them pass, trying to maybe stick behind them, maybe learn their lines a little bit? Both of them are the Ferrari 296, so I think that could really help in this situation right now. G-Fox, however, is in the sprint mode mindset, it seems, trying to stay ahead of Lee Perkins. Whereas right behind, it seems like there is that this front mark is coming up. That is the, oh no, actually the spec marker of Maldini, who is a lap down on these two. But behind that, we have the front marker, the actual leader right now of Maddie for Fargon Racing.
I think something that you mentioned half an hour ago, the thought that he has to defend the place and not lose pace. That before Leonard did for the I believe, was it Bagu Racing?
Yeah.
There is now even more of that thought right now in his head running to make sure that he doesn't lose the spots that the previous driver fought so hard for. And it's not just one car right now that is behind him, it's three of them.
Yeah, as Maddie looks to make a move up the inside of Hell Corner, sort of forcing G-Fox to take maybe a wider line as a very smart Perkins there to try and get get underneath Foxington. Fox sticks in the middle of the road. Perkins forced to sit in behind, using the slipstream, trying to find a way past as Maldini looking to sort of recover what they can there. I believe there was a bit of contact and door banging between Pantano and Byrne there in the background. Two battles going on here. I'm not entirely sure what was going on. Too many battles to focus on here.
Yeah, I am sad right now because there is a chance that we just missed a switchback made between Byrne and Pantano.
Perhaps. I believe it might have been my infamous phrase of ambition over adhesion from Pantano into Forest Elbow. We shall get a replay shortly, if we can. And Byrne was not impressed with that move to the point of giving Pantano a little bit of a swipe there. Bit of frustration boiling over perhaps between the two, and not behaviour I'd be comfortable seeing. But in that process we see... Ooh, who was that in the wall out of Forest Elbow?
That's Foxington, I believe.
Yeah, that Ferrari 296 of the Bagu Racing looking very poorly now as well. Not ideal.
I believe it might be time to end the stint now with that much of damage. It might be better to pit for the damage. Oh yeah, look at how slow he's going. It seems like that is a black and orange flag as well. Actually, if we go on to... there's no outpost right here, but the car is very slow moving right now, and I don't think that... Well, it is so close to the pit entry. Having to reset now would be a shame. So I think that is what G-Fox is going for. G-Fox is in a voice chat with the race stewards, so if they are required to reset to pits, they will have been told by now. But I think they will also just let them return to the garage like that, as Bussiata is in the pits right now already. But G-Fox will also go into the pits right now, potentially hand the car over to maybe Ubi Diaz now for the second middle stint. And this will be hopefully a rather quick repair for the car, so they don't lose any unnecessary time.
Yeah, unfortunate to see. Foxington's certainly been doing their best today, but this is without doubt one of the hardest tracks. As we see Craig Dawson sideways in a very precarious spot on the track.
That was still a clever move to move forward, as he cleaned up the racing line pretty well with that.
Well, there might have been a collision with the McLaren there.
Potentially a little clip there that put them round in the cutting.
But this is not a nice space to lose. It definitely not. This is like Austin Powers, basically, in racing terms. Austin Powers.
Yeah. Trying to leave at least some track space for competitors to pass without inhibiting them too much. But yeah.
Unfortunate for Craig Dawson. We'll have to see whether they have to come into the pits now. Actually, let's take a look at the data we have. They have been into the pits twice already. Pantano in the pits for the 4th time now. Right now in P8, but still in P8. That is pretty good, I would say.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we missed it on a chance to get it on the replay, the broadcast, but there was contact between them and Byrne into Forest Elbow, where Pantano went a little bit too deep, did make contact with Byrne, and then rescinded the position. Although it didn't stop Byrne from showing their frustration with their competitor. But perhaps it makes sense again, like with Foxington, for Pantano to take the damage and take the earlier pit stop to see what they can recover for this next stint. Although at least touch wood for the time being, the far gone racing number 4 Mustang seems to be having a fairly pleasant race. Touch wood. Can't hear it in the background, I don't think, but I'm beating the life out of the table. God, if I give anybody else the commentator's curse, I should just quit commentary.
Nah. Hey, do you know how often I would have had to quit commentary in that case? At least 10 times. I cannot count it anymore on both of my hands. That's just par for the course. As we see Dawson now, after that previous incident being in the pits, probably getting some repairs done. Yeah.
Just as I wanted to mention something, Holvedel beat the best lap record that has been standing for the past at least 1.5 hours.
I don't believe that is the case. It is still the lap from the first stint that is just still the purple lap. Otherwise it would be the exact same. Would have been the exact same time. The last lap was the out lap with a 2:59.
Okay, then there must have been a mistake in my life timings then, probably, because I think I checked like 3 minutes ago for a lap time, and it was still standing on G Fox's car, so probably made by Leonard.
Yeah, that is just a quirk of ACC. However, we should not get into that right now. Because that is just stuff that happens. So Holvedel is now back in the car, which probably means that Ubi Diaz will have the final stint to finish the race for the team, which means Leonard Holvedel is now on the mission to make up as much of a position as possible, which will be quite difficult because he's currently 3 laps down on the leader.
Okay, I just now noticed my mistake. Foxington and Leonard are in the same car. I thought it's another car that took over the best lap.
No. That's the issue with ACC. It tracks the best laps based on the driver, not the car. So if they share the car, it's still on the driver. Anyways. That's too technical. It's still the purple lap of Leonard Holvedel from the first stint. I don't know if I have the data when the lap occurred, but it occurred at some point. Second best lap, just 5 thousandths down on that. Is still P1's lap with a 2:01.345. So here in the race, it seems like, at least in the race, we're not needing to go into the 159s. There's quite a few people here that would rejoice quite heavily at that. As Charles Byrne for Get Good Racing is quite safe in their P5 right now. The next car behind is the Evo 1 Lamborghini of Johannes Reinhardt, but that is 17 seconds down the road. So currently we have a bit of a gap between everyone. So not everyone has done their second pit stop yet, however. There is still the 4 front-running cars of Fargon Racing, currently driven by Maddie, the RGT Racing with Arsen Grigorian, the Under Control Racing McLaren with Michael Rodriguez, and the Slipstream International car driven by Mike Lewin. All of those are still on their first pit stop count, so I think all of them seem to be going pretty much for the standard strategy of 1 hour is a stint, trying to minimize the maximum weight that you have to carry around with the fuel load, and just going for the safest strategy, shall I say. As I say that, Maddie now comes into the pits about a lap early for that.
Well, sometimes playing it safe is the better option, but time will only tell sort of in the final few minutes of this closing race. Eschewing any other shenanigans, of course. With 2 hours, just over 2 hours to go, still plenty of time for anything to happen.
Exactly.
Not that I wish it upon anybody, but racing is racing, and sometimes it is exactly like that. As we see Gregorian from the RGT Racing AC 696 McLaren into the pit lane as well. A similar pit cycle to our current overall leader, but will Michel Rodriguez of 28 Under Control Racing McLaren follow suit? No, not this time round.
Unfortunately, will not be close enough to take over the lead because Maddie has given the car over to Steve Rees, and Steve is already leaving the pits. Yeah, Michael Rodriguez coming up to the last corner right now. Actually, maybe there might be a battle brewing here, with Michael Rodriguez already being on racing speed. However, towards the end of the stint, so the car will be lighter. Actually, Rodriguez is only, quote-unquote, 55 minutes into the stint right now, so could potentially race for another 10 minutes should the fuel load allow.
Potentially, we'll have to see if Rodriguez can catch up to the Fargon Racing Ford GT3, Mustang GT3, before I get told off. Not the classic Ford GT3 that was really a GT2 car that was roughly homologated to the early stages of GT3. It's a whole different ball game.
Back in those days when homologation was weird.
Yeah.
There is, however, a battle brewing right now between Gregorian and Lewin. Mike Lewin for the Slipstream International team, currently in provisional P3. Actually, I think since both of them have had 2 pit stops. No, Lewin still is on the first pit stop. So they are out of sequence right now. Lewin, however, gladly taking the position. Let's see how the defense from Borshakov, who's taken over the car, will go. Borshakov really looking racy right now after having done the first stint. and this is the second time that they're going at it, and immediately they have someone to battle.
Indeed, although with them being off sequence to one another, depends how aggressive Porsche wants to be on this opening part of the lap, because I believe they are fresh out of the pit lane, correct me if I'm wrong,
Yeah.
or 1 or 2 laps shy of their pit stop.
I think
So the car
pits,
might not be fully up to temp, the tyres will be slightly cold and slightly under pressure, but that McLaren 720S Evo powering past the 296 there of Lewin, perhaps Lewin realising it's near the end of the stint, it's not worth the hassle fighting, just let it happen, we'll fight with them later on. Playing the longer game, playing the smarter game, it's all part of endurance racing. Like you said before, you can do the sprint approach where you defend for every millimetre, or you can play the longer game, go, he's faster than me, I'm just going to sit behind them and extend my stint, play it safe.
Yeah. Can I say,
We'll
by
have
the
to
way,
see.
I'm rather disappointed that Porshakov is not driving a Porsche.
It would be the perfect, I suppose, analog for them, wouldn't it?
Sort of would be. However, I understand anyone that does not want to drive the Porsche. Rear engine is hard to get right. I'm just gonna say that.
Then the Porsche 911s in their many iterations require a very unique driving style, and if you're not familiar with it, it takes a long while to get used to. It's one that I have never gotten used to myself. I know that one of our other admins in tracc.eu, Ruska Kyoso, a fellow VTuber, is a bit of a fan of the 992 in GT racing in some instances, but it's a very, with that big 4.4 to, I believe, 4.2, I think, at its largest in the 992. Please correct me if I'm wrong. With a lot of that weight over the rear end, it's good in certain circumstances, but it's very easy for that car to become unsettled in others. That, and as the fuel burns out, with its fuel tank being in the nose, the front lifts up, further adding to the understeer that the car can exhibit. So it's the thing about GT racing and all this variety of cars is that each car has its quirks, its pros and its cons, and it's all just sort of trying to find the right balance between the drivers, the track, and everything else. It's just one good thing about GT racing.
We have just lost another car, by the way. I think the car that was running in P5.
Oh, you were correct. We have. Who was that was disconnected? Either
Johannes Reiter, number 77.
Oh, that was the Evo 1 Lamborghini, right. That was shared between Tobias Köhler and Johannes Reinhardt, exactly. It seems like they had a disconnect. Unsure what the background for that is. But yeah, unfortunately, they had to disconnect.
I suppose the nearest analog between sim racing and real world racing is that if you have a disconnection, it's, you know, a mechanical retirement, which nobody likes to see. It's the analog that I kind of use in my head, is that it's, you know, the car has actually had to retire. We see it in other GT racing, we see it in Formula 1 and various other motorsport where for one reason or another the car cannot finish the race, be it even if the car looks pristine on the surface. However, it's clear for the time being that ever since Steve Rees took over that number 4 Ford GT, GT3, Ford Mustang GT3, goodness me, of the Fargon Racing that Rodriguez has not quite been able to keep up with Rees's consistency. Last lap with a 1.832 from Rees and a 3.2 from Rodriguez. Maybe not all telling, but the fact that he's gone from a 3 to a 6-second delta shows that Rees is at home here in that Mustang, that big American V8 motor, powering him along quite nicely.
I mean, Steve was who we called earlier the Australian Sven, so yeah. Not quite sure how accurate that is. What I know is that in qualifying, Steve Rees did very well, almost reaching the 59s as well, just being shy of that with, what was it, a 2.1, I believe, was the qualifying time, which put them into P2.
I believe so.
Yeah.
So seems like the Lamborghini have returned, but with a different number.
Indeed it has.
Wait.
Johannes Reiner.
Is that the Evo 2? No, right.
I believe. That would be down to the stewards to correct.
It is a different livery, however.
Car. Indeed. So we'll have to depend. It depends entirely what the steward's decision is as to whether they're allowed to continue racing or not.
Yes, it is the Evo 2 right now.
Okay, so I was not completely blind. That's good. But
Indeed.
why?
Maybe a misclick. Maybe there's another error going on.
Well,
couldn't say with any degree of certainty. I am merely speculating at this point.
Evo 1 broke down. They had Evo 2 in the garage left.
Perhaps. As we see Rodriguez rolling out of the pit lane after their later stop than others, with under 2 hours to go, allowing Porkashov to take the position and put themselves up into P2 in the RGT Racing AC number 696 McLaren 720S Evo 2. God, these car names are just getting longer.
I just can't stop thinking about that. Like, okay, it seems like the Lamborghini of Köhler and Reinhardt has left the server again, but I've heard in sim racing it's not unheard of to do mid-season car swaps, but a mid-race car swap.
Yeah, I can't
level.
imagine that falls within most leagues' regulations.
Which presumably is why they left the server now again.
Perhaps.
But it hurts all the time lost because of that alone.
Indeed, it will put them multiple laps down from where they were, which is always a blow. But especially in sort of some of the shorter endurance races, you've got less time to recover from any potential mistakes that may happen. But sometimes with racing, that's it. Look, I tend to see racing as like a weird triangle graph that is an ever-changing mix of skill, look, and I've forgotten the third thing.
Style?
Oh god, I hate that I'm having a brain fart. Apologies to our viewers
By the way,
here.
one of the metrics that my British colleague just mentioned was luck, which was pronounced in a British way, look, not to be confused with looks.
Yes, please forgive the accent. It's I do my best to try and simplify it when on broadcast, but sometimes when I'm in deep in thought, it does get a little bit thick.
It's
so yes,
okay. Just wanted to make sure that everyone was on the same page here.
Yeah.
Steve Rees is quite sufficiently in the lead now, 51 seconds ahead of Korshakov.
Indeed. And see that we've been informed that the Mustang is a bit of a tyre muncher. just consuming that rubber with reckless abandon. Which, I'm not surprised by, with the nature of the Ford Mustang. A big front-engine car. Yes, Multimatic may have worked some magic to try and put that big V8 motor further down, more close, making it more of a front mid-engine car. But that's still a lot of weight to move around.
I was about to say the same. Like, that is the least surprising sentence I've heard all year. Mustang is eating tires.
Yes, well, real-world jokes about the Mustang aside, it's just the nature of the vehicle. It doesn't surprise me too much.
Good thing that
as we
not
see
IRL.
the 17 AMG go off with again out of under control racing. Again, that AMG GT3 not braking on the grass and losing control of the car, so not as in control as perhaps they were wanting. Apologies for the joke there to the competitors, but that one I feel apologies, but it kind of writes itself with that one.
Oh, and it seems like our current race leaders aren't quali set up.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
Explains why Steve Ree's got very close to the wall there. A bit closer than comfort through Sulman Park.
So do you think it's like a mix of one stint on the race setups? Actually, no, wait, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Never mind. I thought that they are for some reason switching between race and quali setup each stint.
No.
Oh, I don't think any racing game, to my knowledge, allows you to make such drastic changes to the car mid-race.
I know, that's why I had to pinch myself.
Yeah, that is unfortunately impossible, otherwise I think they would have swapped to the race setup already. But for all of those uninitiated, quick explainer on what the different types of setups do, especially in ACC, is that, well, usually there are a bit of shenanigans racers can have with their setups. You might see this in sort of chats pop up or YouTube videos where people talk about min-maxing, where some values are unrealistically, for some reason, good at minimum or maximum values. Now, you may hold of that what you think. There are downsides to it, which is, for example, working with a camber, which is part of how the wheel is basically connected to the rest of the car, will have negative impacts on the tire wear. So usually you don't race on the quali setups because while they are good in sprint races and qualifying sessions, over long races you really have to baby the tires usually in order for them not to completely give up after like 30 minutes. That is how quali setups usually work, and that is probably also what they're experiencing.
Yes, and even in both in other racing games and real-world motorsport, even outside of any quote-unquote shenanigans that a specific game might have, for better for worse. For example, we've mentioned quote-unquote min-maxing certain components of the setup. Typically, your qualifying setup is literally set up to be more aggressive, to give you the extra bit of rotation, to be more aggressive on its tires, to maximize the grip and the performance of the vehicle in a shorter run. Whereas with your race setup, especially for endurance racing, typically you usually focus more finding the perfect balance between stability and performance, and it can be tough to do because you cannot get one without, you cannot have both, you cannot have your cake and eat it. You either focus on the stability of the car in more challenging corners, especially around Bathurst, where it's, with the nature of this track, is where it's mostly straight lines combined with low to mid-speed mechanical corners that really focus on the mechanical grip the chassis of the car can offer, alongside some of the higher grip corners where you're relying on that downforce to support the mechanical grip that your car offers. It's that complex juggling act that all drivers and setup builders and engineers, both in sim racing and in motorsport, have to juggle to find the right mix between the two for a race setup.
Yeah, thanks.
And there'll always be arguments in teams between drivers as to, oh, I like this more, I like that more.
Yeah, thanks for bringing this to a broader scale as well. Unfortunately, I'm not quite versed in how it works in the real life, as we see a Mustang of Busucha trying to get out of the way of the blue, being blue flagged and trying to get out of the way of the race leader right now. Getting a bit unsettled there, luckily not getting into the walls. As we see, Hollwedel is making up positions and is currently on the rear of Dawson already, looking to get back into P11. Did invalidate the lap earlier around. No idea what happened there. However, Hollwedel seemingly having a better exit right now. On the outside, easily around Dawson. Already having done the overtake halfway
Dawson
across
also
the
been
straight.
Yeah, I believe Dawson probably also realises that my battle is not with Hollwedel today, so I'll make it easy for them. Not that there was really much of a challenge to be put up there, but that's part of the thing with endurance racing. It's knowing where your battles lie. Hollwedel, very much as we saw, with a very dominant pole performance and opening stint. So most people probably see it like, yeah, I'm not going to fight with this person. Oh. As we see, again, Leonardo Munitz of the 77 Under Control racing car round in Griffin's Bend. Don't quite see exactly what happened to them there to trigger off that moment, but keeping the car in a stable place, allowing others to pass.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh. Yeah,
Most of them very good way of reacting. Probably instructed by the race steward to keep on the right side of the road there on the exit. Beautiful communication, beautifully handled by the people. As Okromenko is now pounding down Maldini, who goes very deep there in Forest Elbow.
I feel like Maldini's setup has not been doing them many favours today. We've seen them, they tried to be very aggressive with some of the moves, but not pulling it off. And also having a few moments of car control shenanigans, as it were. So maybe some tweaks be made for Maldini and their setup to better suit their driving style in any future events. But that is tough to do at any track, let alone Bathurst, where you do have a good breadth of challenging corners. Low speed stuff like we see here coming out of the chase and into Murray's Corner, and then even some of the higher speed stuff like Sorman Park, McPhillamy Park into Skyline. It's a tough track to build a car and set up around, so perhaps Maldini might either need to consider, sacrificing some parts of their setup to better suit other parts of their driving style to component, so they can really take advantage of the BMW's strengths.
Yeah, you always have to play to your car's strength, and I think most of the people around here are doing that. I hope everyone around here has some good amount of experience with the cars they are currently driving, so they at least know the strengths and weaknesses of their different cars and not try to make it something that it isn't. Because, well, for example, front-engine cars, mid-engine cars, rear-engine cars, they all have different unique characteristics that, well, make them sort of hard to compare one another, to be quite honest, in many situations. And that's especially true on tracks like Bathurst, where you have such distinct sections of the circuit. You have the long straights, you have which are being separated by rather slow corners, and you have the very technical mountain section. So it's hard to compare different cars around there. As we said earlier, that the Mustang is just quicker in the mountain section, presumably due to having the engine in the front and having a bit more weight in the front and being able to rotate easily onto corners, potentially. I don't quite know if that's the case, as we see Maldini in the back going off here, overshooting the chase a bit. But yeah, that's just the different characteristics, and if you're not used to a sort of engine layout, and you're trying to drive it in an endurance event, that will not help very much. That's why I'm saying I hope that every one of these has at least a good bit of an experience with what they're currently driving.
Indeed, I know from my own experiences with endurance events. Take the Ferrari 296, for example. I did an endurance race earlier this year with a rather large team. However, trying to find that balance not only between the car but also your group of drivers. The more drivers you have, the more complex it becomes to find that middle ground with that balancing act with setup. Is that we compromised quite a lot on rotation for that particular car, and I, for one, struggled quite a bit with the limited rotation the car had. I did not personally believe there was such a substantial change, possibly due to my general experience given the event and also the track. But we had to compromise quite heavily to suit the other drivers with lesser experience, as it were, to the point where I had to really adjust driving style, doing some rather questionable downshifts, as it were, in certain parts of the corner, as we have a yellow flag that popped up there. Oh, in Forest Elbow again, the Mercedes of number 17 Mercedes, again, seemingly having another moment. Really doesn't seem to be their kind of race today for the Under Control Racing Mercedes AMG. Their competitor, their sister car, the 28 McLaren, seems to be doing a wonderful job for the time being, quote unquote. Ooh, sends it way too deep, way too hard into Forest Elbow there. No idea whether that was loss of control or loss of focus. But at least for one of the two Under Control Racing cars today, it doesn't seem to be going to plan.
Ooh.
Oh?
Again, as they're off, they're very deep in the chase. What is
Now,
going on here?
I'm going to refrain from commenting on this incident. However, I'm pretty sure the stewards will have a good look at this.
Yes, I only saw the end of that, and I wouldn't want to quote on what's going on, but not the day they would have wanted, perhaps. I mean, we all have days like that. We are human beings. So, definitely not ideal.
Yeah,
it's in the steward's hands.
It's in the steward's hands. What is not in the steward's hands is that Miguel Rodriguez was just now lapping the YRI XG, was a bottle up racing Ford Mustang GT3. I just had to think there because you said it earlier quite a couple of times with the Ford GT stuff.
I wish we had Ford GT3 again.
Oh yeah, I mean it would look astonishing.
Yeah,
but I don't think it will happen, especially considering that they have a rather new Mustang on the grid.
Indeed. Ever since the, I believe the Ford GT road car came out of production, the current iteration, I believe, had primarily just a GTE example made for racing.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Ford Mustang perhaps maybe more familiar to more of its road going, That's a lot of the thing with motorsport is that typically, as much as we love it and we see a lot of the battles, some could argue that motorsport and racing is an advertising exercise. Hence why we see the likes of the 296, the M4 GT3. These manufacturers, when designing and choosing these cars, have chosen them to kind of help sell their brand. And one could argue, and this is purely speculation on my part, is that Ford chose the Mustang because it's more for the everyday driver. It's a car that you're more likely to see versus the Ford GT, which was a supercar. Ferrari, it's Ferrari. We know that Ferrari make their very impressive supercars and hypercars, as we see Holdwell make a fairly clean pass on Maldini, still digging hard to recover positions, with, I believe, the last lap being a 2:01.9. So yeah, Hodvidel, sorry, I apologise for making a mess of the surname. Really sort of pushing that Ferrari to its limits to try and recover.
Last lap around, Hodvidel was 4/10 quicker than the next quickest car, which was, incidentally, the leader, Steve Rees. But honestly, 4/10 a lap, I don't think that will be enough to make up 3 laps that they're currently down, unfortunately.
Not in a 4-hour race, unfortunately. Maybe if we were doing a 10 or 12-hour race, or maybe a distance race, depending on the event in question.
Yeah.
Potentially, it could be more useful, but we'll have to see.
But by the way, excuse me for not being a piston head, but I did not even know that the Ford GT road car was out of production.
I didn't know either, don't worry.
That's fine, it's the Ford... I think the only reason it clicked in my head is because it was because of the weird way that the Ford GT was marketed to customers. And I believe that's the only reason why it clicked in my head with regards to its scarcity.
Oh yeah, I'm just seeing, it was, the last iteration was produced between 2017 and 2022.
I think there is reason for it, because it had GT in its name, but I don't think it was really that unique in comparison to many other cars that you could get. And well, for the GT3 spec, I think it's much easier to get a Ford which could potentially cost maybe $50,000. I don't know how much Mustang costs. And instead of taking Ford GT, which could be like 150,000.
I believe the first iteration of the Ford GT road car, which was itself the 2004 to 2006 the 2005 to 2006 model years, the first generation one, was an homage to the original Ford GT40 race car, which I believe in itself might have been based off a Lola chassis, if I'm remembering things correctly. I'm double checking my work as we speak. I'm
checking right now, by the way. In Austria, I can purchase the cheapest Mustang for 86,000 euros. That's the base version.
Damn.
It's more expensive than F1.
Well, everything has gone up in price recently, hasn't it?
Indeed. It's unfortunate, but it is the way the world works. But at least, I suppose, compared to the asking price of the Ford GT, both its first and second generation road cars, the Mustang is, you could consider it's cheaper.
Okay, yeah, but something is not adding up here. I'm just on the US website of Ford, as Markov has overtaken Busuda, I think. Has it overtaken? Oh, unlapped. That was an unlapping move. Okay. Because the US website is showing the price starting at $32,000 US, which is 2.5 times less than the Austrian price.
Yes.
Something is not adding up there.
I believe there was always a difference between Mustang in Europe and USA because they had different engines.
one thing, yeah, there's different engine configurations, but also remember that the majority of US pricing is without any included taxation. Whereas typically in Europe, we include taxation on pricing. So, for example,
so the European
base...
price is only double the price.
Only? Well, in the United Kingdom, the base Ford Mustang GT is a £55,725 car. That would be with VAT, and that is, I believe that's the V8.
Oh, I just realized something. Yeah, in Austria we tax we have an extra tax on horsepower. That might be it.
Yeah, that would, with the amount of power that the 5-litre V8 puts out, it wouldn't surprise me.
But yeah, as we are watching in the background now, as we're watching, Anthony Pantano is currently attacking Lee Perkins. Lee Perkins, of course, one of the solo drivers, so he's currently on the third stint of his race. And Anthony Pantano is looking to make up the position against the driver that presumably is starting to get exhausted by now, because, well, it's exhausting to pay attention and to keep your focus for that amount of time, no matter how trained you are.
Indeed, admittedly, most of us are not professionals, despite the speed that some of us might have. But endurance racing in any form is a lot of work and a lot of energy to expel at any one time. So the fact that Perkins has decided to opt for a triple stint for allowing their teammate to take over, incredibly brave and no...
Oh, no, Perkins is a solo driver.
Oh, forgive me. Pantano that was doing a triple then. Or am I completely confusing things?
Is this the first stint that Pantano is doing? I don't think so. I think there was a swap somewhere. I'm not sure as well. Yeah, Steve Hogg. We've seen Steve Hogg being already today.
Ah, yes. See, it's not just the drivers that struggle with endurance in racing, as we see them go side by side along the Conrad Straight here. Two Ferraris together side by side. Nary a difference between them other than maybe setup and drivers. Pantano falls in just behind as we go into the chase.
Oh!
As we see Perkins go off over the chase, keeping it out of the wall, but costing them a lot of time there. Some outbraking themselves into the chase.
Oh yeah, very late braking there at the 100 marker. That is quite a bit late. Ooh. Okay.
An impressive attempt nonetheless, but not the execution they would have wanted. But that's endurance racing for you.
Oh, what is going on now?
Oh, as Perkins pulls over and parks right on the apex of Hell Corner. That is not somewhere I'd choose to park. Hopefully there are no other concerns as they return to the pit lane there.
And left the server.
Unfortunate to see, perhaps.
I mean, what I could guess here is the only reason he would have stopped at a place like this is because of a hardware issue.
Yeah, that would be my first guess as well. Hardware or hopefully not a personal injury, as I know that some of us do have direct drive wheels.
I could imagine that the wheel maybe stopped doing stuff or was stuck turning left basically, which prompted him to just step on the brakes there and reset as quick as possible. Unfortunately, one car was caught out by that, but luckily not majorly, as wow. Mark Stevens is really pushing there, as they were sideways coming out of that second of the fast left-handers on the top of the hill.
McPhillamy Park towards Skyline. the one with all the runoff on the outside and a very lethal curbing just for good measure.
Yeah. Just before McPhillamy Park, I think, is where we saw that. But yeah, as you can see, good for Mark Stevens that he caught that, because that could have ended the race promptly. So maybe there was a bit of a wake-up call. Ooh, you're overextending a bit maybe through through Salmon Park. So be safe.
Yeah. Yeah, we all have moments like that as drivers where it's a case of, oh, we've had a moment, wind your neck in. To use another one of the many English idioms to...
Wind your neck in? I've never heard that.
It's a weird one, and I can't remember the source of it, but, you know, there's many weird little phrases and idioms in English for such things. You know, to basically say, calm down, turn things down a notch.
Yeah, I mean, I think every language has their own weird idioms, or that especially get weird if you try translating them to other languages. I'm trying to think right now if there's anything in German that I know that, well, there's quite a lot of things, but nothing comes to mind specifically right now.
So I've done some Googling to educate myself, as I've always heard the phrase, but I never really thought about where it came from. Apparently it's a Northern Irish slang phrase that I'm going to be directly quoting here. I mean, I think it's used from multiple parts of the UK, but it could effectively mean either mind your own business, you know, stop being nosy. If you imagine sort of someone with a long neck sticking the head through a window just to hear conversation.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Or basically, like I used it, which was to tell yourself to calm down. If you're being a bit overbearing in a situation, which in an endurance race, sometimes that's what you need, is someone to tell you to calm down, wind your neck in, bring the pace down a little bit because you're getting a little bit too ambitious.
Okay. Interesting.
You gotta love the tangents that commentators get onto with endurance racing. Although, thankfully, unlike some of the real-world counterparts in the World Endurance Championship, none of them are currently bordering on questionable content, and I personally plan to keep it that way.
Yeah, well, we're always planning to keep it that way. Honestly, I will say, though, some of the WEC commentary at 3 a.m., you know.
Yes, the certified Martin Haven moments are...
Yes. You'll have to see them, but some of those things are not necessarily for broadcast, as Hollwedel is on the back of Muniz, who's a few laps down and finding the wall there. That is not going to be liked by Hollwedel.
No, but his avoidance sure showed up. Very great skill.
Yeah. Well done, Leonard. Well done.
Yeah, Leonard showing their experience, if nothing else, when dealing with a back marker there. Obviously, Muniz not having the race they would have wanted. Currently, I believe, how many laps down total are they on our levers? Roughly 10 plus laps
13,
or so?
13
laps, yeah. Not the race they would have wanted by any stretch of the imagination
but,
today.
As we said earlier, that doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. If you can make it through 4 hours, that's the first step. That's a great step already. That is huge. The next step would be making it through 4 hours without crashing, which is very hard, especially on Bathurst.
Yeah, well, like they say, to finish first you must finish.
That is indeed what they say. I haven't heard it being said in a while, to be quite honest. But I usually more often hear stuff like, what was it, with the adhesion and the skill or something?
Oh, ambition over adhesion.
Yes, I hear that much more regularly. I haven't heard it in the last 1.5 hours though.
I wonder why.
Because people have more adhesion now than they have ambition. They have
Indeed,
learned.
although 1 hour 20 minutes to go, not many close gaps between our competitors at the moment, but doesn't mean that other racing shenanigans can't happen. Closest gap currently between, looking at our timing screen, is between Holvedel and Oromenko, with a roughly just under 5 second delta. Holvedel on a very strong curvy drive. However, they still have to pass the car over to Ubi Diaz, so we'll see what Ubi can handle in their Ferrari. As we ride on board with the 720S Evo of Michel Rodriguez, the 28 under control racing, currently doing a fairly good job at keeping things under control. Yes, I
You almost did it. You almost jinxed him. Well, we saw that twitch.
Yeah. Sometimes my brain just goes off. It's like, make the obvious joke. But then again, I believe they're aware of that themselves, or they wouldn't have gone with the team name. Well, that's my assumption anyway.
There was this one soundtrack from Need for Speed Most Wanted, Hyper Recontrol. Like, when I saw the team name, that was the very first thing I thought about. What if he's hearing it all the time?
That's now. A throwback. That's a throwback and a half. I haven't had that in years.
But it seems currently that the closest gap, as we said earlier, is between Holvedel and Oromenko. Holvedel getting ever closer, edging ever closer to the Ferrari up ahead. Well, actually, here we go. The line of sight is already there, but there is a Mustang in between. That is the Mustang that is currently in P12. Busilta, the Romanian, whose name I have butchered multiple times today already. Yes, there's a blue flag coming up there, which hopefully will not keep up Holvedel too much in the mountain section, and will be able to be resolved on the Conrad straight afterwards. But we'll have to see how aggressive Holvedel is, or how prone to errors Busilta is, as we saw right there, going off the track again before a skyline. We've seen that earlier today, where it happened while getting out of the way for Reese, I believe.
Yeah, a couple of people getting spooked quite easily at the blue flags and not really knowing the best place to pass them, perhaps. Admittedly, I don't know the exact rules that the stewards have chosen for blue flag rules today. Maybe it's something I should have asked the other day when we had a chance to speak to their admins. But typically in GT racing, not always the case, as I know that some leagues, like ourselves at tracc.eu, have separate blue flag rules. But typically most blue flag rules in GT racing are, as the slower class car, you have to hold your line and be predictable. You don't have to pull out of the way to let people pass, but you need to maintain predictability with your lines. And the faster class car has to safely find a way past. However, we've seen today, blue flag rules seem to imply that you must allow the faster car past where it is safe to do so. Pulling offline if necessary.
I'm currently reading through the rulebook, actually. Yes, I'm a nerd. I have rulebooks. But yeah, it seems like the rules are 7.2, cars being shown the blue flag must not impede a lapping car in an attempt to make a pass. 7.3, once a car being shown a blue flag is alongside any other car that is ahead on track, the blue flagged car is required to yield the position and facilitate a safe pass. And rule 7.6, a car being shown a blue flag is prohibited from taking a defensive line into a corner. So there is not a rule about blue flagged cars having to let others pass. However, it seems like sometimes they just do. For the reasons that we mentioned earlier, by the way, that it doesn't really help you to stay ahead of a faster car for any longer that you need to.
Yeah. It's all about trying to play the game, as it were, of racing.
Play the game, yes. I mean, it is all a big game of strategy usually, with a bit of quick time events in the meanwhile. Sometimes.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was just mentioned in the chat that it's also done as a courtesy to the faster guys, which is fair enough. That is a fair point. But in events like this, it is also very much a strategical objective. Well, not necessarily objective, but it's a good point to just let the faster car pass, to maybe try and stick in the slipstream a bit and catch a bit of that fast air. Let's just put it that way.
Indeed. Well, we saw it earlier with some of the other battling between lapping and lapped cars that we saw. I can't remember who it was, but someone managed to follow the faster car through to get a pass on the 67 Ferrari as we're riding on board. I think it was Foxington behind the wheel at the time, but someone managed to sneak up the inside, following a faster car through, and that's all part of the challenge and the battle and the strategy that comes into racing. It's never cut and dry of, oh, I've got more speed, see you later.
Exactly, it's not just about that. However, it is shaping up to be just that now, because Holvedel is rapidly approaching Okramenko, and this is for position. This is for P8 on the circuit. Only 0.5 seconds separating the two right now. They're directly behind one another here on the Conrad Straight, the longest straight on Bathurst. Holvedel is in the slipstream and is trying to get as much, of the less downforcey air as possible, coming into the chase right now and trying to go through it. Oh, Holvedel has a much later breaking point, being able to catch up so much time to Okramenko, and is immediately side by side on the exit of the chase chicane, left, right, and is already in front before the start of the new lap. What a nice overtake by Holvedel here.
Yeah, very firm, very confident driving from Holvedel there. Really knows the limits of what that Ferrari can do, timed everything to perfection. Someone that's clearly at ease with and fully one with how the car behaves.
Now it's exactly as we said, it's Okramenko's turn to just try and stick to Holvedel, try and see the lines that he's driving, because both of them are in the same car. They will have different setups, but it is still the same car, so there are many things that Okramenko will be able to tell from just staying behind Holvedel for a while, trying to keep up, which is proving difficult. Already the gap is up to 1 second between the two, but there is a reason why Holvedel managed to get the pole position earlier today, and last time around did by far the fastest lap on the entire circuit. Again, 3.8 tenths quicker than our current race leader. However, since Holvedel is about 2 to 3 laps down, it's gonna be hard for the last hour for much to change there, especially with the impending change, a driver swap to Ubidius, who has not raced so far today, which, by the way, that will come rather soon, probably in about 10 minutes, because the stint time on Holvedel is currently 56 minutes 40 seconds. And on in that regard, Maldini will also have to pit quite soon, because they're already on a 1 hour and 6 minute stint timer right now. And as we said earlier, 70 minutes is basically the max of what you can do around Bathurst with the tires and the fuel. We keep coming back to this BMW. Just noticed. So BMW lovers, get your fill of the sniff, the big sniff.
Big inline 6 twin turbo powerhouse.
It's an inline 6. I did not know that.
Yep. A twin turbo inline 6. I used to think it was a single turbo, but apparently it's a twin turbo. Would explain how snappy the throttle response can be at times.
Twin turbo is the one where a large turbo is being fed by a smaller turbo, right?
That's sequential turbo. I don't believe sequential turbos are used in racing.
I thought that was called twin turbo.
No, to the best of my understanding, twin turbo means there's just two of them working in tandem.
Oh yeah.
You know, one for each bank of the engine, or for each part of the engine, as it were. Oh, was Mark Stevens, was that netcode or was that a snap oversteer? And, ooh, very nearly catching Byrne there in the...
I don't think that's netcode.
Good lord, that Ferrari was
What's
that a moment of snap oversteers going up the hill.
Let's take a look from the
Hairbing.
cam. The inside.
On board with the
line
chopper
here.
cam.
Oh!
Hairbing? Hardware issue?
Well, it looks like the car just didn't want to steer left in the middle of the weight transfer there.
Yeah. Unfortunately, due to sometimes with the latency between us and some of our competitors, things can appear a little bit skewed, but my best estimate looking at that footage would be a combination of the curbing causing the Ferrari, forgive me, I only said Lamborghini, used to drive in the other Italian car, forgive me, would have caused a bit of oversteer on exit of that corner, unsettling the car. As Mark Stevens brings that very poorly looking 296 towards the start-finish straight, and presumably would be, exactly as I thought, bringing it into pits.
I mean,
whether
after
that's by
a collision
Stewart's
like that,
recommendation or not.
After a collision like that, there's basically no other choice. As we see right ahead, Pantano is already leaving the pits, actually having given the car to Steve Hogg for the final stint. Moldini is also in, presumably going for the final pit stop until the end of the race. So this is about the best time you can have an incident that's right before the pit cycle. Well, it's never good to have an incident, but it's better this than having to do another pit stop.
Yeah, it's making the best of a bad situation. It's close enough to the pit cycle where things are, things are expected to fall yet, and it's unfortunate for Stevens there in that Slipstream International car. Having a fairly good race, just minding their own business. But just that little bit of lack of focus, especially for solo drivers, is sometimes all you need, and unfortunately in that case that's enough. It doesn't take much sometimes.
It might be lack of focus. Honestly, we don't quite know. It sure looked like something along that line. What we can say, however, is that that's going to be quite a lot of repairs, and maybe the two cars behind, Charles Byrne and Steve Hogg, who we were on board with for a while now, can take advantage of this. We will have to see how long the repairs are for Michael Stevens, but it looks like Charles Byrne is able to get the position here, being followed rather closely by, I think that is Porshakov, exactly, who is currently in P2, so that should be a blue flag for Charles Byrne. We'll just have to see whether Porshakov is able to overtake. Definitely flashing, so wants to overtake. And it looks like the Lamborghini also, as well, is a bit damaged in the front, as the McLaren is in the side.
I don't think anybody today has come out completely scot-free whilst racing around Mount Panorama, as we see Porshakov up the inside into Griffin's Bend, Hog rightfully not correction. What was that? Burn, forgive me, not making that too much of a hassle. Just not wanting to sacrifice too much in the straight, on the mountain straight.
Another car that is minding their business and has been for a while is the YRI XM Bustle O Racing. Currently driven by Seong KP, who is of course a teammate of Daryl Young. Okay, I'm having a mental note right now. This is the third time I've had to mention his name, and only the second time that I know his last name. Yeah. Alright, but yeah, having a bit of a quiet race. The tracc.eu regular looking rather safe though, currently in the 7th position. The South Korean driver. We'll have to see. The last stint is presumably going to be Daryl Young's again. I think that they had a swap earlier, one swap earlier, and Seong just did the middle stint. So yeah, soon they will be coming up to that as well. However, there are a few people currently setting their fastest laps. One of them is Holvedel, not setting their overall fastest lap, but the fastest lap in this stint with a 2:02.09. And also Okremenko right behind that, doing exactly what we said earlier, trying to take a look at the lines. Is now 4.7 seconds behind Holvedel, in all fairness. However, just did their best lap of the race with a 2:02.27, which is faster than the leader as well. So all props go to Leona Racing Wolves, Artyom Okremenko, who has been able to find some pace now in the latter stages of this stint, which is currently 50 minutes long. By the way, looking at the stint timer again, it looks like Holvedel is going to come in within the next 2 laps, as well as Craig Dawson. Both of them are a stint time of over an hour. 1:04 for Lennart Holvedel, who should be able to therefore extend this stint for about 2 more laps until they absolutely have to come in.
Depending on what will happen, we might end up actually seeing Holvedel or Ubidius, if it comes up to that, trying to maybe outlap himself with Reese. The time difference is slowly decreasing. The past lap it was only 5 seconds, but now we are back to 4.2 second difference between these 2 drivers.
Yeah, but Reese is Reese ahead? Yeah, Reese is slightly ahead. You're right.
So there might be a chance for at least unlapping himself.
I'm checking the rulebook now. If there's anything about unlapping. There's nothing about unlapping.
Because we've seen a few auto drivers to be trying to outlap themselves previously successfully. Maybe, just maybe, there is a chance that Holvedel will still manage to do it on his end. Alternatively, who knows, maybe Ubidius will be the silent star arriving at the last stint.
Yeah, there are no rules about unlapping, so presumably unlapping is allowed if the faster car, if the car behind that is unlapping themselves is actually faster.
The last lap alone, Holvedel did 0.6 second quicker lap time.
Holvedel is definitely quicker right now than everyone else on the grid, yes.
But it all comes down to the driver change, which will be presumably within the next 1 to 3 laps.
Well, we were told earlier that maximum 70 minute stint. The current stint is already 1 hour and 7 seconds long. So I believe that this will have to be the last lap for Lennart Holvedel. We can see actually the 2 of them right behind one another there. Not close enough, I think, to go for anything this lap. And also, unless there is some crazy fuel strategy, I believe Holvedel will have to come in this lap to hand the car over to Ubi Diaz for the final stint of the race. Would be interesting though to see if there is any unlapping actually happening there. We will have to see that after the stint, as Porshakov is now in the pits. And if we look at Rees, yeah, Rees is only on 2 pits so far, so there will have to be one more pit for the leader as well.
Rodriguez is very close to getting that P2 from Porshakov. But could it be that there will be another pit?
Yeah,
Not
Rodriguez has not pit yet. Rodriguez also still needs to pit. Let's see, Porshakov, is he getting started already? Not quite yet. Mikael Rodriguez looking to take this position. Yeah, and has got it. Rodriguez is now currently in the provisional P2, but is still lacking the pits. So it'll be interesting to see when that comes in. When everyone is on their final stint, then we finally have the correct comparison where everyone should be or should finish, and whether there will be any fights in the last stint, where I'm pretty certain there will be.
With some luck, we might even see a fight between P5 and P6, as they are up roughly 2 seconds away from each other.
There's also a battle seemingly shaping up between 2 Ferrari drivers. Stevens coming very close to Hawk, only 2.3 seconds between the two right now. And both of them are on their final pits already. We'll have to see if Mark Stevens can find a bit of pace. Can find a bit of... Getting closer as we see there's a yellow flag, and it seems like Grigorian is turned around on top of the mountain.
Oh,
what happened
another
here?
place to get the car turned around at all. So we watched him coming through McFermy Park. Do they clip? Just
No,
as we see
he
the car.
brake,
Oh,
curbing.
Just braked a little bit wrong down in Skyline through the S's. That little bit of curbing probably unsettling the car also. Not an ideal place to get the car around, as we see Rees just squeeze on by.
Yeah, as I said earlier, that is sort of that is the spot. In my opinion, at least, that is the one corner where you have to be absolutely spot on with your line, your braking, your lack of throttle, because you have to lift through there somewhat. That is, I think, the most challenging corner Skyline in the entire circuit, and it is so crucial to get right. Unfortunately, Grigorian did not get it right and has to come into the pits now. As we see also the leader, Steve Rees is in the pits, Mikael Rodriguez is in the pits, Holvedel is in the pits, right behind them actually. So there will probably be a driver swap for Holvedel. Rodriguez is leaving the pits right now. Wait. Lap down. Oh, probably pits. And then Rees came in a lap later. Okay, well. So yeah,
Yes,
let's see.
Delta was up.
Oh,
Ooh, the car has been swapped over to Maddie. Maddie has now taken over this car, and right behind, Holvedel is staying in the car.
Oh.
Or maybe it will update soon.
No,
maybe.
it should have already updated because you see in the front car, Maddie is already being displayed as a driver. So it looks like maybe Ubi Diaz is not taking their stint.
Yeah, otherwise indisposed. I don't quite know what penalties the game or the stewards will apply for not having all assigned drivers fulfill their stints. But that's not the expectation from the number 67 Bagu Racing Endurance team. Not to say that Holdvedel isn't more than capable, but on the sign-up sheet, at least to our understanding, it was Holdvedel, Foxington and Diaz.
There might be something that came up last second for Ubi Diaz in order for them to not be able to show up for this race. In any case, whatever happens, we now have an unlapping battle on our head, where Holdvedel is trying to get within 2 laps of the lead, currently being 3 laps down and right behind the leader. But yeah, as we said before the pit stop, Holdvedel, pretty much every lap was at least 2 tenths quicker than the leading car, which was driven by Reese and not by Medi. And I do believe that at least they have the view that Reese is a bit quicker than Medi, who gets a bit unsettled there. It makes it rather easy for Leonard Holdvedel to get at least make it side by side. And yeah, he's passed now for the unlapping move. We'll just have to see whether he can keep it in front now without being challenged by Medi, because otherwise, well, he's not allowed to defend. Let's put it like that. According to the rulebook, he needs to. He's not allowed to pick a defensive line when being blue flagged. And currently, he's in the situation of being blue flagged because the leader is just a few tenths down. Here we can see it flying.
Yeah, not more than half a second between them as we go up into Griffin's Bend. Blue Marshall's waving those blue flags hard. Yeah, as the rules state, you're not allowed to defend. Doesn't mean you can't try and run away, you're just not allowed to block and defend against the lapping car. However, we've seen with Holdvedel's pace today and the potential that Holdvedel's had with the car, it wouldn't surprise me if Holdvedel does manage to build the gap.
Oh, he's making it already. 2 tenths on average.
It looks like
losing
the gap is
here
becoming
a bit
larger. However, as we said, this is the part of the course where the Ford Mustang is somewhat surprisingly quicker.
I guess we will see how much the gap that has been increased will decrease now. Being kept at 1 second.
What we see, however, right now
at a second
is that Maddie is presumably on the last stint, as is Rodriguez, and well, Maddie is just in the lead by 1 minute and 46 seconds right now. The far gone racing car looking very comfortable in this last stint right here.
Yeah, we see the overall leader, Maddie, in the 5-1 race number 4 Ford Mustang GT3. I got it right this time.
Nice.
Just going through Hell Corner Turn 1 as we speak, as P2, the 28 Under Control Racing McLaren, is just going through the cutting, so not much between them before Maddie gives the car, I know, a clear lap between themselves and their nearest competitor. But there's no guarantees with racing.
Checking the lap time though of the last lap. Holdvedel did a 1.67, very strong lap compared to Maddie's 202.5. So almost a full second quicker last time around. Holdvedel is just on another level. right now with the times.
Yeah, Holvedel driving like a man possessed. Very dominant performance early on, and the last 2 stints, after handing over briefly to G Fox Foxington, and not Ubidius for unexplained reasons, still not yet driving the car. Reasons yet to be explained to us anyway. But still, very evident that Hodvedel is really pushing to recover what they can from this race.
Currently in the pits, we see Charles Byrne, who is on track for the 3rd stint in a row, triple stinting as we've been told earlier. And right behind that we have Sion KP in the Ford Mustang GT3. And there was a bit of a gap between the two, I think 10 seconds before they came into the pits. I do think, however, that Sion KP is going to give the car back to Daryl Young now, which will make it very interesting. Mark Stevens, by the way, is ahead of them by a lap, and Holvedel also just raced past them. So it looks like Holvedel will at least be in P6 after the pits are done. Sion KP is ahead of Charles Byrne. Actually, how long has Charles Byrne been in the pits now?
This is a very good question. Oh, as the
1
car is
minute
finally
and
dropped.
30. There must have been some damage that has been repaired for this 1 minute and 30 pit stop. And that means Sion KP is still in the car as well, and battling there with Kitaev. Dennis Kitaev for Leona Racing Wolves is right behind the Ford Mustang GT3. Oh, and they're touching already.
Yes, I believe Kitaev of Sion KP, the Mustang, already fresh out of the pit lane with a cold car, having to bring up temperature under quite substantial duress. Kitaev, although making contact, does not take the position away, so a good bit of sportsmanship there from the drivers. Clearly indications like, sorry, wasn't meant to touch, wasn't meant for that to go like that, so carry on, we'll reset. Although that Ferrari all over the rear of that Mustang as we go down the hill through the S's towards Forest Elbow and onto the Conrad Straight. Mustang versus Ferrari, NA V8 versus twin turbocharged V6. Who will have the advantage? Oh, as for some reason Sion KP goes off and allows Kitaev past.
Well, how much of that was letting them pass? How much of that was, oh, it was a mistake and the two wheels came onto the grass? That's the next question.
It was unclear, at least to me anyway.
And as we've just been told, it seems like Ubidius is unable to switch into the car, so there is some sort of issue going on there, which means that Holvedel has to do the third stint.
Further communication saying that due to this technical fault, stewards are saying that the penalty won't count. So, despite Ubidius' technical issues and that, the game, I believe the game might automatically penalise them, but that will be rescinded by the stewards in the official standings after the race. If that's my understanding of what I'm reading.
Yeah, I mean, there's also a thing about you don't have to set it up so every driver has to make a stint, if I recall correctly. So it might just be that there is not a penalty coming for that manually, is what they said. I don't know how the server was set up for this. There is some sort of automation that can be set up. I don't know if it was chosen to be done. However, it's good that it will not be punished, basically, because it is not an issue that is necessarily the fault of the drivers.
That is sort of one of the pitfalls of sim racing sometimes, that these weird technical errors can occur, much to the behest and testing of the drivers.
It's always the technical gremlins ruining the days.
Much to a lot of dismay by some of us.
But technical gremlins can show up anywhere, especially if you're on a Windows PC. Sorry, what's... I mean...
now,
Maddie is looking very good in P1.
Indeed. Despite their competitors' early shenanigans, the number 4 Fargon Racing Ford Mustang GT3 put in a very consistent performance. Perhaps not dominant, but consistent. And consistency often is what is more likely to win you a race over outright dominance. Because they're not pushing the limits really. We've seen between Maddie and Steve now and again maybe the odd corner where they got a little bit ambitious, but keeping the car well within the lines. The car looked, I say that, and the car looked a little bit wiggly there, but keeping the car stable through McPhillippi Park down into Skyline, through the S's and into the Dipper. So just keeping it simple, keeping the car in one piece, so they can get across the line.
Yeah, here's the thing though, even though this is the last stint of a 4-hour race, quote-unquote just 43 minutes left, and Maddie is 1 minute and 50 seconds ahead of Rodriguez, that doesn't mean she can be a slouch now. Because, well, you can still lose it. Anything can happen in racing. When was it that in the 24 hours of Le Mans, Toyota looked set to win the race, but then they got a technical deficiency on the last lap that caused them to DNF? It was a few years ago, I think, right?
I'll be damned if I remember what year that was. Yeah, I'll be damned if I remember what year that was, but anything is possible in racing. I know, again, I can only really rely on my sim racing experience that, again, earlier this year, back to the Daytona 24, that we were in a comfortable podium spot for the last stint, which, because I started and then finished the race. But unfortunately, all it took was a brief moment of lost focus for us to fall away from the podium. So it bears mind that our drivers maybe don't push it to the limit, but also don't completely turn their brains off. They still need to focus, as Mount Panorama, as we've seen already today, is a track that can and will fight hard.
Exactly. And that is exactly why we're seeing Maddie doing the things that she's doing right now, being a bit unsettled in some positions, it looks. However, yeah, that is just the nature of racing. You are on the limit. And there's one quote that I remember from a MotoGP rider a few years ago. I'm not quite sure who said it, but it was something along the lines of when it's easier to keep it safe while racing on 100% than keeping it safe while you're on 80%, because you're used to the 100%.
Yes, you don't have much leeway to go above 100% once you're already there, but if you're at 80%, you can get complacent, turn it down a little, turn the energy levels down a little bit too much, or turn it up too high, get a bit overconfident in certain corners. So it is all about that balancing act, especially with endurance racing. So we see the gap technically increase in terms of lap time, but the delta between P1 and P2 slowly getting smaller and smaller. 1 minute 52 as the technical gap between them, but the delta is shrinking little by little between their overall leader and the P2 of Michel Rodriguez under control racing McLaren.
I think it's also a point of Maddie wants to lap P2 because it is within reach now. There's just they're 10 seconds apart on the circuit. Maddie is 10 seconds behind Michel Rodriguez on the map right now. As we can see on the minimap on the right, she's coming through. What was it? The cutting right now. So it is definitely a feasible situation, and that would be a flax and a half.
Yeah, based off their last lap times, a 2:02.1 from Maddie and a 2:03.6 from Rodriguez. It's more than possible, but that's with the sort of the roughly 1 to 1.5 second lap delta as Maddie gets a little bit sloppy over the exit curbing of McPhillamy Park into a getting the corners wrong now. Skyline behind there, so again, maybe don't get too ambitious there, Maddie. It's doable, but don't force the issue if you can't lap Rodriguez.
Let's hope that the Ford will not make things harder than they need to be.
I believe they did pop up earlier in the chat saying that they were running a quote-unquote qualifying setup rather than a more arguably safer racer setup. But we'll have to see what happens in the final few minutes. We're riding on board now with Craig Dawson comfortably sitting in P10, having, I believe, a mostly quiet race there. 296 looking fairly clean for the most part. Also, another fairly quiet and calm race from the Kouhai Roland of the Bilstein Kouhai Racing 21 Ford Mustang. Just calmly making their way through Sullivan Park towards McPhillamy Park. Just keeping the car within the lines, not doing anything strenuous. They've got relatively comfortable gaps all around. No need for anything silly in the last 40 minutes. Just keep it clean, because from my experience in sim racing and also watching some real world motorsport, it's getting too ambitious in what people tend to nickname the silly hour. The final 60 minutes of any race, as we see Leonardo Muniz off again in the 17 Under Control Racing Mercedes AMG. Definitely not a race that they would have wanted today. Just trying to get the car across the finish line, I believe, as they return to the pit lane.
I suspect tire damage or probably a race finish.
Perhaps. Hopefully not a DNF. There's been too many of those today for a litany of reasons, but there's no one likes to see competitors not finish the event. But yeah, most of our competitors now coming towards the final 30 minutes of the race, typically called the silly hour by some due to some drivers believing that they can make up for all of the earlier mistakes in the final closing minutes and hours. Not feasibly possible in a lot of circumstances, but it is a nickname nonetheless.
The last hour might still get interesting. All things considered, our P6 Holvalor is slowly catching up to people in front, and one of those people is Lewin on the P5.
Yeah, I have noticed that the delta is slowly coming down between them. As we see...
Ouch.
Kouhai Roland's Bilstein Kouhai Racing Mustang gets a little bit too tail happy over the exit of McPhillamy Park and Skyline there. I believe putting the car on the wall.
Both of the cars almost lost it entirely.
Yeah, I believe. Yeah, that was Lewin immediately ahead on track of. Where are we? Forgive me, I'm losing track of where we are now. Of
Roland. Mount Panorama.
Thank you very much. See, even the commentators struggle sometimes with stamina and endurance in an endurance race. That's why they usually do it in teams.
Which is why we're doing a three-part team today, especially.
Well, 2.5, considering how active I am, but...
You're just vibing, that's also okay. You've given very
Rindo.
valuable input today already.
I think I just have a habit of talking too much and going on somewhat tangentially related rants.
I just imagine track podcast with Dirty Kouhai.
Oh wow, that's an idea.
Certainly-
That's the third time we've had
goodness me.
we've had the podcast idea. A bit of a but which we have never started. Okay.
Although back to racing, you mentioned the Delta last lap coming down between Holdvedel and Lewin, the two of the 67 and 936 Ferraris respectively of Bagu Racing, VTuber and Slipstream International. That's just creeping down now under 10 seconds. Holdvedel with a 201.5, still by far and away the fastest car on track. And
Wait. No. Really? Wait.
based on the last lap,
Holdvedel did. When did Holdvedel do a 201.0? That must have been
Like-
a stint.
He did it
That
in
was-
like last 3 laps. Essentially, within the last 10 to 12 laps, he improved his lap time at least 5 times.
yeah.
There we go.
But-
Leonard
but
Holdvedel is on another planet right now.
But you were all talking everything, so much to talk about that I simply stayed quiet about it and decided not to interrupt like I usually do, sadly.
And now it's
Well,
a big surprise to all of us. Wow. Amazing.
I mean, it doesn't surprise me too much. Holdvedel has been driving like a man possessed most of the race. Like the minute his hand and feet he's got in that car and sat in the seat, he's just gone for it.
The Ferraris with him and Ferraris in him, or something like that.
Indeed. Something like that, indeed. Like a 645, 201.645 from Holdvedel there, and a 203.1 from Lewin. So I don't think it'll be too long before that gap comes down and Holdvedel might be able to sneak P5 away from the Slipstream International car there.
One
That's
might
like
say,
4 laps if everything goes well for Holdvedel.
One might say Holdvedel has got that Ferrari in him.
And in somewhere, maybe not very far future, there is as well a slight bit of hope for even P4.
Maybe. Although the delta appears to be much larger between, at least if I'm reading it correctly.
It will be like 15-20 seconds right now.
The gap between P4 and 5 looks to be 1 minute and 15 seconds.
Yeah, that would be a substantial gain outside of any shenanigans. Not
Ah,
that
sorry,
they've
I
pushed out
didn't
anybody.
check the lap counter. Yeah, that's...
30 minutes to go, 100 laps down for the overall leader. Just slowly bringing the race to a close, calmly. 202.9 was their last lap. So keeping the pace consistent, but not super fast. Just doing enough to keep the car in one piece. No need to get silly. They've got a comfortable lead, even if they don't catch up to Rodriguez ahead in P2.
I mean, you say that, but the gap has been steadily increasing between the two in terms of the timing screen, and steadily decreasing in terms of how close they are to one another in the actual race. If we go into the passenger, yes, we can slightly see Rodriguez just up ahead, just barely.
Yeah, Rodriguez just entering the Griffin's Bend now and coming up to the cutting as we speak. So not a significant delta between them, but Maddie needn't get too ambitious there, but between now and the checkered flag, there's 30 minutes to go. It's more than doable with the pace difference between the two as we speak. And it's very tempting to want to lap somebody else, but sometimes it's just more sensible. You know, common sense dictates just take it easy. If it happens, it'll happen naturally rather than forcing the issue.
But, yes, fair point, but we don't
Racing
like
drivers
getting
love the
dictated
allure
stuff.
of brownie points.
No. We don't like being dictated stuff. Yeah, this is just pure on racing feeling. Maddie will see. Oh God, the guy's ahead. Look, passenger. He's coming into view. Well, he's behind the banner right now. There he is. Right on the cusp. They're right in front. Oh, Maddie. Maddie's seeing this and thinking, oh, I've got a chance here. I need to go now. And that is the spirit of racing, everyone.
Yeah. As much as common sense dictates what should happen, we all know that as fellow sim racing and racing enthusiasts that common sense does not always prevail, and it's ever so tantalizing just to have that little brownie point, that little one-up on your nearest competitor, whether it makes sense to go for it or not. And just sort of seeing how Maddie's towing that line of consistent pace, but not getting in over her head to try and catch up and lap Rodriguez. Because again, I'm sure Maddie would love the brownie point, but wouldn't be necessary per se. They've already had fairly dominant.
But if we just did the things that were necessary in racing, well, it would be quite boring.
Yeah.
The Maddie's out here making a story, trying to dictate the story of the race, as it were, with the previous story of Hollwedel being the almighty powerhouse that he is, and churning out these low 201 laps. Well, last one was a 201.8, still in the 201s, which is quicker than anyone else on the circuit. Wow, just wow. But unable to capitalize on the good qualifying position, which happens, and is about to catch Lewin, however. Lewin right ahead there, and it's now the slipstream. Hollwedel is right in the slipstream already and is catching Lewin. Now it's just a matter of how long will it take to go for the overtake, to actually make it stick.
No doubt we've seen a lot of Hollwedel's skill already today, but even now, catching somebody is one thing, passing it as another. This is for position, so Lewin might not make it so easily for Hollwedel to find the gap, find the space, and try and attempt the overtake here. If you go through turn one again, Hell Corner, aptly named, as they are less than 3/10 between them now on the run down the mountain straight up towards Griffin's. Still in the tow, pulls out, and did I miss? And Hollwedel goes past
like
quite easily.
Lewin just dipped the left two wheels into the grass there, so that might have, well, that did impact their speed on the straight.
That would be why. Wanting to leave space to Hollwedel, but maybe a little bit too much and compromising their momentum. But then again, I don't think much was going to stop Hollwedel from making that move, as they would brush against the wall there in Salmon Park.
Nothing is going to stop Hollwedel. And there's also very little stopping Maddie from catching up to Rodriguez. Let's see, can we spot them already here? Yes, already up here! Going down into the S's. This is getting ever closer. Maddie is really on the hunt right now, trying to get this position, trying to lap P2 in order to be able to say, we have made it one lap ahead of the entire rest of the field.
Yes, the delta now just over 3 seconds between the number 4 Far Gone Racing and the number 28 Under Control Racing McLaren there. It would be quite a statement indeed. As we have a yellow flag. Oh, that was briefly showing, but it's now gone.
We might be having another fight brewing as well between P7 and P8. ETF and Sion KP being right now next to each other. Sion just overtook PTF. Oh well.
Yeah, Song KP making a very firm move into down the S's, down the hill, into even before they get to Forest Elbow there. Not sure if
PTF had damage.
The front end of that Ferrari does not look in their best condition, so maybe Kitaev hit the wall at some point or made contact somewhere and allowed KP to pass, as that was very easy for Song to slide on past the owner Racing Wolves Ferrari. So nothing is over till the checkered flag falls, and the last little battles are showing them all over places. The most unlikely of battles, perhaps.
There is also another fight brewing P13 and P14,
which is 6 laps apart, unfortunately.
well, from each other. Yeah, I always forget about looking at that table.
Yes, unfortunately, there's only 1 Lamborghini in the top 10 right now. 3 did start the race. 2 had to DNF, it seems. Yeah, that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes when you're coming to race endurance, especially at challenging circuits just as Bathurst, as we see that 2 are, well, handsomely within 1 shot right now. Maddie really looking to catch up to Rodriguez and to take the 1 lap ahead.
Yeah, the delta now barely over a second between the 2, but it depends whether Rodriguez wants to play nice and allow Maddie past. Not that there's any reason to defend, especially with blue flag rules in mind. However, it's that little bit of, racing spirit. Like, do I want to allow the leader to pass me? Some would say whatever. Some would say no, not a chance. But you have to bear in mind the rules of the competition.
The rules of competition, but unfortunately the stewards stand above the rules, and if there is any defending going on, then the stewards will have a word or 2.
The stewards are there to apply the rules as it's written. I wouldn't say they're above the rules. But this isn't a Balestri era of racing.
The rules do say that you're not allowed to defend.
Indeed. Just thought I'd be a bit pedantic there, just to clarify.
That's why I put the defending inside there. Oh, and it seems like the Mustang caught the wall there, trying to catch up. Maybe a bit in the slips because of the slipstream. A bit of overspeed there through the corner.
Yeah, Dirty Air kind of doing a bit of disservice to that Mustang. Because although GT3s do have a considerable amount of aerodynamics, don't really want to be following too close behind a competitor in a technical section, because it will affect how effective the downforce is on your car. So we see the delta creep down now, meter by meter, millisecond by millisecond. Maddie's thinking and looking for the overtake, maybe into the chase, and goes for the last of the late breakers, move up the inside, and Rodriguez gets a bit spooked and cuts across the exit of the chase. Maybe not how they would have wanted, but Maddie was firmly alongside there with that move into the braking zone. So perhaps just a little bit of mind games there got to Rodriguez, perhaps. But as Maddie is now 1 lap clear of her nearest competitor.
It's also just safe to just take the grass sometimes, safer at least than trying to make it too wide through the chase. It is quite hard to stay too wide through the right-hander if you're side by side through the left-hander already of the chase. So that will also be part of that. That sometimes it's just safer to straight line it instead of trying to, well, forcefully being side by side with the other car.
Yeah, and yeah, like we said, technically Rodriguez was under blue flag rules there, so one could potentially argue in the stewards' room. Again, it would be ultimately down to stewards, but if Rodriguez were to try take the corner and maintain what the outside becoming the inside, one could argue that's a defensive move and is not in line with the rules as they stand for today's competition. Various little things that always play in your mind as a racing driver. You've got the rules, you've got common sense, you've got ambition, and a little bit of ego, as we are all human beings. But some very good racing between all of our competitors as the race starts to wind down. It's not over, still just under 20 minutes to go, but we see if any other late battles emerge.
For now, we're just on board with the lovely sound of the, I think it's a V10 in the Lamborghini.
Yes, the
cutting all of the margins there, getting as close as possible without spiraling off the circuit by Charles Byrne, who is on his third stint right now. Just a beautiful sounding car.
Indeed, that it's tough to really nail down, but the noise that the Audi/Lamborghini 5.2 litre engine shared between the Gallardo, the Huracan, and the Audi R8 certainly makes a good noise with its distinct firing order. Certainly one of the best sounding cars in modern racing, I would argue.
Good that you said in modern racing, otherwise Adrian would have come in here. What do you mean?
I mean, technically, V12 Vantage is still driving today. It's just not on the official series anywhere else. Like,
yeah.
Breaking news.
I consider modern...
Just because it's racing today does not mean it's modern.
Yeah, I was thinking primarily of... Because I grew up during the V10 Formula 1 era, so believe me, I know about the F1 engines. Very little can come close to them, personally speaking, but... Yeah, the 5.2 litre engine in the back of that Lamborghini, it's a great soundtrack for an endurance race. It keeps you alive, keeps you awake, and keeps you, well, not keeps you in the right mind frame, I would argue.
With another cup of tea in my hand to finish off the race for the last 15 minutes, we are starting to look set for a nice finish. 14 of our 20 original starters, or planned starters I should say, have made it so far in this race, and it looks currently like Maddie for Far Gone Racing is going to finish the race in P1, certainly in that position right now. One lap ahead of P2, which is Miguel Rodriguez for one of the Under Control racing cars. Two did start the race. This is the currently leading one, the McLaren number 28. We have Arsene Grigorian, currently P3 for RGT Racing AC, the 696 McLaren. We have Steve Hogg for the second Fargon racing car in the Ferrari 296 with the number 104. Lennart Holvedel, who started the race in pole position, is currently on P5 for Bagu Racing VTuber Endurance Team in the 67 Ferrari 296. Mike Lewin of the Slipstream International local regulars is currently in P6. Sion KP currently driving the YRI XM Bottolo Racing in P7. Charles Byrne on his third stint in the Lamborghini is currently for Get Good Racing in P8, as we see someone just ahead getting a bit unsettled. One of the two McLarens that we have in the race. And we see some flashing. Denis Kitaev is currently in P9 in the 24 Ferrari for Leona Racing Wolves. Craig Dorsey in P10 with the Ferrari 296. Luisa Maldini for Maldini Motorsports, driving solo all day today, is currently in P11 with the 73 BMW M4 GT3. Cookie Roland currently in the pits for a final repair stop, I reckon, trying for Bilstein Blahage Racing in the Ford Mustang GT3, currently in P12. Alexei Markov in P13 with the 902 Schurmer Racing Porsche 992. And Leonardo Muniz, the last currently running car for Under Control Racing with the Mercedes AMG GT3. So we have a bit of a kerfuffle there with a few of the McLarens. With one of the McLarens, with Austin Grigorian, we see here, right behind the Ferrari now of Charles Byrne, who just unlapped himself, it seems. So right behind that, we have another Ferrari. Who's that? That's the 9th. No, that's not the 936. The 56. That's the 56 of Craig Dawson right behind that. All of these cars are in different laps, sharing the same sort of place on tarmac right now. There are currently no battles going on per se. There is Charles Byrne looking to catch up, has to catch up 9.5 seconds to Sion KP up ahead in P7 in order for them to maybe have a shootout for the finish.
Despite all this, I just noticed that Denis Kitaev for the Leona Racing Bulls Ferrari has pitted roughly about 20 seconds ago, so we'll see if anything that throws a spanner into the works of the current field. Well, I'm not sure if that was a planned stop or not.
I don't
They've been
think
stopped
personally
for over
that is
a minute.
a planned stop, but because the current... Oh, it doesn't say the current lap time. Oh, that's weird. Alright, but I do think Kitaev did reset to the pits. I did have to tow because of the number that's being shown in our backend. Craig Dawson, though, now ahead of Kitaev without any issue. The 3. Yeah, that's weird. Maybe there happened some collision or something. Craig Dawson has just been lapped, it seems, by Charles Byrne. They're very close together, but Charles is just a lap ahead. very quickly catching a very slow Sion KP. What happened there? Reset to pits. We'll have to take a look at what happened there to the YRA XM racing driver. Getting a very unsettled through this fast left-hander kink before the cutting. And that is a very damaged car. Yeah, almost uncontrollable. Up on the mountain. Probably got told to have, no steering to the left, no steering to the left.
Yeah, not what they would have wanted at all. Fairly good drive from the YRI XM Bottler racing car until that point, so I would presume that that was either a bit of driver error or something hardware related, unfortunately.
Muniz, the last of our running cars, is also currently in the pits. It seems to all be kicking off now in the last 15 minutes. Quite a few errors sneaking in. Concentration getting... Well, I think people looked at the time and saw, oh, right, it's just 15 more minutes. And, well, that relaxed them. However, relaxation is dangerous when you're currently concentrating.
Absolutely, like I was saying earlier, it's all about that balance. You don't want to focus too hard and put too much energy into things, yet you also don't want to ease off too much because both could be fatal.
It seemed like a few people eased off a bit too much. That may as well have been the cause, as Muniz left the server. The Mercedes has decided to not get going anymore. Maldini just unlapped himself from Kouhai, so they are on the same lap now. Depending on how much damage the Leona Racing Wolves have on their car, or how long they will still have to stay in the pits, Maldini might even be able to make up the position to be in the final step of the top 10.
Indeed. Unfortunately, we do not have a view for the broadcast camera, but it appears that Kurtev's Ferrari decided just to not steer properly through Reed Park and Frog Hollow, ultimately causing a significant amount of damage to the steering. And then deeming it, finally pulling over in at the outside of the dipper. That's unfortunate to see for our competitor.
Definitely is, and it's just a question of how long do they still have to stay in the pits. There is always the time of towing that is being added, as explained some time earlier today already, which is on top of having to repair the car. In the meantime, Mike Lewin very safely right now looking to get the P6, 37 seconds behind P5 of Holvedel, and 57 seconds, almost a minute ahead of Charles Byrne. Kouhai is still stationary, and Maldini is now on the Conrad Straight, coming into the chase.
Well, I was saying that Maldini's still seeming to struggle with the BMW and getting that car stopped for the braking zone of the chase.
It will not help that the two of the braking markers for the chase have been taken out. Maybe that is also playing into it a bit, as Kouhai is still stationary, so which means Maldini is able to safely take P10 and is currently on the final stop of the P10 of the top 10. Sion KP, however, is also still stationary, and Maldini might even catch up to the YRIXM Ocelot team now. So that is why you race to the end, everyone. Other people might have issues. You don't quit, you don't resign towards the end. You still have all of the chances to gain a few good positions towards the end. However, as I said, the Sion KP did now exit the pits, so it seems like Maldini will not be able to make up enough to get even up into P9. But let's see, Sion KP sometimes it happens that there's damage that cannot be repaired. I'm not hoping that is the case. I'm just saying it is a possibility.
Indeed. Outside of any shenanigans or any other unfortunate incidents, touch wood, things are looking... Any further incidents, I should say. Things looking mostly stable for the field.
And Markov now has to go into the pits. Let's see. There seems to be a bit of damage on the car. I don't think that will be the main reason, though. I think it will probably be like having to do a splash and dash, maybe a bit of fuel miscalculation.
Perhaps, yeah. I believe they were off cycle after a big incident earlier on today. So that might just be a case of, you know, just a bit of fuel for the last few minutes of the race. Although, that car just reset to the box? Or was that... I mean, the game playing tricks on me.
I think it was that he simply was not in the pit window itself. So the game resetted him to the correct placement.
And away he goes again. So yeah, just a small splash and dash to make it for the last 5 minutes of the race.
Kitaev also retired their car in the meanwhile. So we're currently looking to have 12 finishes for this race then, with Maddie leading the way. 2 more laps to go. We're on the penultimate lap now, it seems. With Maddie being on the mountain straight, starts off the second to last lap.
Well, hope so, because that's one of the things about a timed race over a lapped race, is that unless you time it to perfection, you can't always be too sure exactly when the final lap will start. Depends entirely as to where that overall leader is in relation to the start-finish line.
Well, yes, the lap is still about a minute more, and we have 2 minutes 50 still on the clock. Unless Maddie finds the Formula One-ness in this Ford Mustang GT3, I don't think there's a chance for any more laps than that.
No. Well, there have been talks of Red Bull and Ford, but that's a conversation for another day, I believe.
Yes,
that's not somewhere I've been putting my focus, admittedly.
I don't think that is the case for GT3, however, as we're a bit on board with Maddie here, coming into the chase for the penultimate time. And we're just gonna stay on board with her for this last lap, because it has been a great drive by the team. Both Steve Reeves and Maddie have done a great deal today of great pace, great racing, keeping it consistent the entire time through. I think they were the most consistent drivers all day today, and it has been grand seeing them perform in the way that they did. In the Mustang on Bathurst, nonetheless, a combination which comes close to the heart of any die-hard tracc.eu fan. It's great to see this combination ringing true in other situations as well. Of course, the esports race happened in a torrential downpour. This has been a very, very sunny race all the way through. And it's great to see. I'm just amazed right now at the precision here at the top of the mountain. It is lovely to see how Maddie can handle this V8 super muscle car around a tight and technical circuit as it is Bathurst.
Yeah. Maddie clearly, I hate to use the word home field advantage for the Australian driver, but it's clear that both Maddie and her teammate today, Steve Rees, very confident with the undulations that exist around Mount Panorama. Very clear that they understand the track incredibly well, and as much as the phrase can be maligned by some, as we come to the final corner now, as they take the checkered flag, the number 4 Far Gone Racing Ford Mustang GT3 takes the win, with Maddie behind the wheel and her teammate Steve Rees bringing it home. Consistency is key, and sending it straight into the barrier's L corner. In style, I believe.
That is one way to celebrate. Hopefully the hands were off any DD wheel right there at this moment. But congratulations to Far Gone Racing for winning the 4 hours Panorama International event. In second position, just finished, is Mikael Rodriguez, 1 lap down of the lead. And we currently have Arsen Grigorian on the final lap, the McLaren here. 2 McLarens actually on the podium, finishing now. P4 we have currently Steve Hawk for the second Far Gone Racing team, finishing the race. Lennart Holvedel for Bagu in P5. Mike Lewin in P6 for Slipstream International. Get good racing with Charles Byrne, who did 3 stints now in P7. Craig Dorsey in P8. Our P9 has already left the server, I believe. Then we have Maldini for Maldini Motorsport, Roland for Bilstein Blahage Racing, Marco for Sherma Racing, and Denis Kitaev just rejoined the server for Leona Racing Wolves. There were a few of the finishers that have left the server in the meanwhile. Congrats to everyone that was able to finish. Congrats to everyone that managed to get anywhere in this race, because it is always a challenge. Here we go. There was Sion KP in the 9th position for YRXM Bottle Up Racing. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it was a great showing from many of the drivers today, but the question was raised. Gentlemen, who are your drivers of the day?
Again, it's a tough one for me, because a lot of the drivers showed a lot of consistency and competence throughout, even if there were the odd moments. But again, it's the results speak for itself, I'd say. Maybe not the qualifying position they wanted, but the number 4 Far Gone Racing Mustang by far and away showed that, like I was alluded to earlier, consistency is key. You don't have to be at the limit 100% of the time, yet close to it, and that limit will change throughout the race, and you have to be as close as you can, that optimal window and limit. And both Maddie and Steve in that number 4 Mustang just showed that understanding of that fact. So that's my choice for the day.
I think I would give it to Dawson and Holvedel. Byrne and Holvedel, because of the fact that they did extended stints, 3 in fact, and on a circuit like that, that for sure speaks a lot about the skills and the endurance of the driver himself. So I think there should be like an additional bravado for those 2.
That's a very good point. Those that did the solo drives today, how? I cannot personally fathom how, because it was... I struggled to do more than 2 hours of racing without a break myself.
Yeah,
so the fact
too.
that they managed to do 4 around one of, if not the most challenging racetracks in the world, is just... with its, like you said, Adrian, in its own right, it deserves its own applaud and reward.
And of the solo races, and I think that is going to be my vote for driver of the day, the best of the solo races was Miguel Rodriguez, finishing in
Show them what you got.
overall P2. Great showing by the Brazilian McLaren driver. However, not to take away any of the credit for the eventual race winners who just had the most consistency. Fargon Racing managing to win this event, the Slipstream International. This has been Julian Strasser here in the commentary booth together with Dirty Kouhai as well as Adrian Dabrowka. We are off tracc.eu, where you're currently seeing this the stream. We will, at the end of December, have another 4-hour race, which is going to be the next collaboration between Slipstream International, part of the Australasian Sim Racing Alliance, Sim Sport Alliance, as well as tracc.eu. That one, and in order to get your information about that, it would be best to check out our Discord server, where we will be posting everything about that in the future. You can also follow us on Simgrid already. The Discord link is now in the chat if you want to go there. The next race will happen, as I said, at the end of December, and it's going to be another 4-hour race around a slightly more forgiving track. So, but until then, thank you all so much for watching. I've been Julian Strasser. This has been tracc.eu with Sim Sports International with the Panorama Invitational. Thank you, and see you on the racetrack.